Right, hello there. Quick mic check, make sure everything's working. Yep, YouTube's running. Twitch is running. Microphone looks like it's okay, and OBS seems fairly happy today. Right, hello. I'm Dread Mechanic. I am back for more fun and games over on Aegirs members only server. As I mentioned last time, I've got a new suit skin that I custom made myself. Well, I've only really edited the helmet texture, but I've put my skull logo on the skeleton suit now, so I have my own unique skeleton. Right, who've we got in the chat then? Bonzio waving, Kenneth saying, oh, waving as well. Gemini Sierra waving. Sikuzki, I think that's how you pronounce your name. I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. Hi Dread, how are you? I'm good, and I have builds and beats. If everything is running, you better go catch them. Yeah. To be honest, I've got some stuff I need to round up today. Okay, cool. So, I think... Oh no, I'm still in the midst of an electrical storm, or is it... Ah, it should peter out, fine. Cool, right, so... We've got a few more upgrades around the base. I've started building another little computer here. Because I have gotten completely fed up of stuff being everywhere in my base. And I've done a fair bit of scrapping and scrounging around now, so I found a few large cargo containers. Some of them need naming properly, but I now have the beginnings of a little sorter system, so once in a while, when everything gets a little bit messy. Oh, hey Varian, how you doing? And Sikuski, not at all. I'll just call you sick then, that's fine by me. Yeah, I've got a little sorter system now, so I can tap that button, and it should take... There we go, it kicks, slowly kicking in. The container might be full though, actually. Component storage, oh yeah, it's full. It's rammed full. In fact, I need to get rid of some of those interior plates, grind some of them down, because I've got far too many at the moment. Disassemble like 200 of them. Yeah, I now have a rudimentary system for sorting stuff out, so if I flick that light on, it turns on some sorters that pull stuff into the specific cargo container, and then I've got another one for ingots and ore. Because there's a whole bunch of ores that I've found through scrapping that I can't even process at the moment, so I don't know what to do with them, but I don't want to chuck them away. Oh, and Varian popped around the other day with their welding trip, and while I was trying to tinker around some ideas, they were very helpfully just bopping around, welding up a load of stuff that needed some basic bits. So we've got a good chunk of the roof and the walls on the workshop now, which is fantastic. Obviously this gap here was a little bit too tight for their ship to fit into, but I can sort all that out, that's fine. And then the workshop, the warehouse now has a full roof on it, which I'm super happy about. Thank you so much, Varian, that's super helpful. It looks considerably less crap with all the wireframe and all the steel, so I need to fix that wall up. But as you can see, I've also done a decent amount of scrapping. I need to work out a decent way of welding these things down. Because again, Varian came and donated me a bunch of stuff, because we've worked out a little deal. I'm going to build them a mech, and they've donated me a bunch of bits for another project as payment. So they dropped off, I think, 22, I counted? Of these small, large grid hydrogen thrusters, so I've got a nice little chunk of them. They're all in one big block at the moment. I need to flip the whole thing over so I can weld it down properly. I think to do that easily, I need to put a rotator onto my telehandler mech, which is a whole other project. But yeah, I've done a bit of scrapping, a bit of salvaging, found myself some turrets, which I'm super happy about. I've just left them on the containers I found them on for the moment, because, well, they may as well live there for now. They'll probably end up needing those containers anyway, and it was an easy way of moving them around and storing them. So yeah, I've made a decent bit of progress. What's that variant? I mainly just did the interior walls and armor blocks with the scraps of plates for salvage. Yeah, and that was more than you needed to, variant. That was super, super helpful. Like I said, that was loads of help. Like, just having a roof on this building makes a massive difference. Visually and as well as everything else. So, that over there is an ongoing project to make a reasonably sized large grid ship that is capable of housing me, some stuff, and is a little bit more interplanetary. I have made a bunch of upgrades to the Flatbed Mark II. So I've done a whole bunch of testing with this thing on the server over the last couple of days. Yesterday I got a little bit too cocky and tried to take on a pirate installation. And they sent 2 drones equipped with assault cannons after me, and it did not end well for me. I had to bail, and because this thing is so fat and chunky, it wasn't really manoeuvrable enough to properly escape them very quickly. So it took a whole bunch of damage. Took a whole massive bunch of hits to the stuff at the back, loads of things exploded, and I basically ended up with no cannon, missing tanks, missing thrusters, and only the front 2 legs were left. So, I have heavily adapted the entire design, and now every single point of contact on these legs is started off with a projector. And then I've gone and taken the whole blueprint into Creative World, blueprinted each section individually with each leg. So now, when something gets trashed, I can just flick on the appropriate projector, weld it back up, lick it off again, and have at least some semblance of a repair system. And trying to do something similar for the arms is going to be obviously a lot trickier, because that first point of contact needs to be a conveyor. But I've not done the arms yet, because they're a simple fix. I've put a projector into the assault cannon at the back, so I can weld that up. And I also decided to add a spare tyre underneath, because the amount of times those smegging tiny little doom rocks you see poking out of the ground on Pertum popped one of my wheels. Random armor plate. But yeah, we have upgraded him quite a bit. How much fuel are we on now? 76. Right, I need to go and do a little bit of an ice run, because this guy is fully flight capable. He's even space capable. I have taken him up to space, flown him around a bit, and then brought him back down, and it only used about half the hydrogen on him, so he is space capable. He just needs a bit more hydro. So I've got a little ice deposit about a kilometre that way. Do a little run in the Sphinx. Hopefully he won't show me up like he did last time. Oh yeah, actually before we do that, quickly, over here is the beginning of my little rudimentary sort of sorter system. Have I got a large grid H2 tank on your base? Yes, I do, and it is unfortunately empty now. When I took over the installation, it had one of the large industrial hydro tanks on it, and it was 25% full. A couple of trips in the new flatbed, and that is now completely empty. So I need to start saving some money, and I need to go and see Aegirs, because he is the guy with the fuel. But yeah, this is my basic little sorter system at the moment. Just a cargo container with a sorter pass through, and when I want to get everything into here, we just hit that button, it turns that one off, turns drain oil on that one, and then pull stuff into there. That's just build up a little bit more. And then once all the bits, or as many can fit in there, you can just tap that off, and then everything in that container then becomes accessible by the rest of the network again. Aegirs or Rev? Oh, Rev has a gas station too. Oh, on Pertum. Ah, handy. Cool. And then I have another one over here for ingots and ore and things, because I've found a whole bunch of stuff. You can turn that on. Pulls all the ingots and ores into this box. I'm probably going to separate the ores out eventually. Because initially I just found a little bit of gold, but I raided a NPC base yesterday and I found a bit of uranium, load of platinum, load of silver, and I can't do anything with this stuff at the moment. I mean, technically I can, because I got a refinery off Varian, as well as all the other lovely donations for the mech that I'm building. I can't be asked to set it up right now. I don't particularly want to do lots and lots of stupid mining. I would rather take that stuff and sell it to whoever does mining things, see if they want it. So like I said, I could set up the refinery and have a refinery here, but I don't want to do the whole do it all myself thing. I want to interact with the other players, so I'm purposely just leaving that refinery there for now. Although I believe there isn't really anyone particularly doing mining. At least that's the impression I got from the chat, the server chat the other day. So I was thinking maybe building a proper mining rig or something, but I'm more into making custom mechs for people and just bartering for things that I want. I don't really care about money. I just want more parts to make more interesting robots. So, other than rambling, let's go and get some ice, fill him up, and I've got a salvage site that I need to clean up. With a bunch more cargo containers on it. And I want to get them over here. I think there's another O2H2 generator on it as well. I know there's a bunch of stuff on it. Because, yeah, as I was saying... Oh, hey Arkville, how you doing, man? Yeah, as I was saying, I got cocky with the flatbed too, yesterday. And, as I was roaming around, looking for things to scrap, a little red signal popped up saying pirate base, or pirate relay station or something. I thought, why not? Went over. All it seemed to have was an assault turret on the top. And I thought, yeah, that's fine, I can probably take that. Sniped the assault turret with... no, it's an assault turret or an autocannon. It was some kind of turret. I sniped it with my assault cannons on my thing, and then thought, oh goody, I'll go in and get it. And then as I went into approach, two assault cannon drones spawned above me and started wailing on me. So I had to bail. Very quickly. And then they got a few more shots on me, took out all but two of my legs. So I had nothing to land on when I came crashing down. And I managed to get away from them and out of spawn distance, and they just disappeared and left me alone. And I was trapped about 20 kilometers from home, not knowing what to do next, and then another signal popped up. It was literally only about 3 or 4 kilometers away from where I was, so I hobbled the ship over as best it could. It had just enough atmo to kind of drift over to near this other station, and then I just took it over, made the repairs, and floated home. But it was a bit of an ordeal. Taught me a valuable lesson of not running headfirst into those pirate encounters. I was expecting maybe one drone to attack me, but two at the same time, both equipped with assault cannons, was a bit more than I was expecting. This little ice patch is running pretty low. That's the best angle to get in at some of this ice. Probably about there, isn't it? We've not ended up full of junk again, have we? No, we haven't. Oh yeah, and yeah, I've actually got a little bit of uranium now, so some of my stuff is powered. Although the reactors on the Scarab haven't got anything in them. What's that about? Oh, I bet there's still something inside them that's broken and they're unreachable. Or... no, there's a sorter in the way that means it can't get to them. I might have to manually load some uranium into you, won't I? Yeah, there's a sorter in the way. Yeah, I'm gonna have to manually load that. That's stupid. My mistake. I'll do that later. For now, let's just launch him. Turn that off. Turn that off. Actually, turn the ejectors off. Put terrain mode on. Carve through some of that rock, because I don't want to take most of that home with me. There we go. So yeah, he's been running decently all day, as you can see from the big hole here where the ice is. I guarantee, now that I'm using him on air with people watching, probably going to break himself again, isn't he? Like he did last time. Why does YouTube say my chat was disconnected? Did my laptop do something funny while I was rambling? Yeah, it says reconnected again. Whatever. As long as everyone can still see and hear. What did that get? 13 tons. Let's run you again. I need to adjust that launch sequence so he doesn't fly as far forwards. Let's turn the ejectors off. I don't need it pumping out loads of stone. Oh, it's because I'm in that, that's why. That's what the drone sees. Right, this should hopefully be enough to fill up that last 25% of the tanks on the flatbed. Cool, right. Ruby, you're away. Although, you do get a little bit scrubby there. Let me just release you a little bit. Oh, you're still scrubbing a bit. Right, we shall take this home. Spotlights on. Ah, 0H62 is now following. Oh, thank you very much. Ah, greetings over on Twitch, I see. Hello, 0H62. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, you can't really see much past the drone in first-person mode. Bit difficult. Whoa, crap. Yeah, that's why I drive in third-person mode usually in this one, because it's hard to see exactly where you're going. Right, so drop off this ice. We will get the tanks on the flatbed. Oh, hey, Kieran, how you doing, man? We'll get the tanks on the flatbed too finished off, and there is that pink marker there saying military salvage. That was where I found all those Gatling turrets. And there's a whole bunch of stuff back there that I need to go and round up. Loads of stuff needs grinding down. Loads of stuff needs harvesting. Yeah, we're going to do that. And there's part of me that's been debating making a mech similar to the flatbed too, but using some small grid to large grid shenanigans to put a services terminal on it and use it as a kind of miles. Use it as a mobile transport system for some of that stuff, because there are some big chunks of stuff that I've had a little bit of difficulty getting on the flatbed. Well, I had a bit of difficulty getting on the flatbed too. I did manage to move that refinery using the flatbed too. But it was quite a bit of faff, and Varian was there to experience it as I was fine-tuning the settings on the crane arm. But yeah, that is now docked up. I am going to get rid of the junk in my inventory. Take a bunch of stuff for some weld pads. And a bunch of stuff for some control panels. I suppose that'll do. Use that. Yeah, that should do. That should be plenty. Because it's always handy to have them when you are out scrapping, doing this kind of stuff. I'm still the only one on the server, so I've got it all to myself. Right. Yeah, and I found a whole bunch of antennas and beacons as well at various points, so I've just been keeping stuff. If anybody needs beacons and things, got quite a few. Oh yeah, I also found an assembler with a speed module attached to it. I'm more excited about the speed module than the assembler, to be honest, but I'm torn about what to do with it. I want to get it, preferably, on the assembler that's in my base so I can make use of it, but to get it in my base I would have to tear a huge hole in the side of the building to get it in there, because the assembler is like right in the middle. But then again, I'm also thinking of maybe putting it on the ship that I build and having like essentially like a mobile kind of mech factory showroom type thing, because a few people have expressed interest in getting a mech off me, and Varian I think made like 3, maybe 4 attempts to come and take delivery, and had to make adjustments each time to try and work out how to get the mech in the back of the ship. But maybe I could do a delivery service for people that have paid for things and bought mechs, and I could rock up to you, because I want to do more travelling. I want to go and check out other people's bases. What are we on? 81%. Not too bad. I've got ice in there as well. I've got ice in there as well. Yeah, that's fine then. What's that variant? That was Mind of Things though. I had to find out the dimensions so I could see what I'd fit. True, yeah. To be honest, in future, if I build somebody a mech and they want to buy it, I will probably sort of work out what kind of spacing you would need to comfortably fit it, because like if somebody wanted to say buy something like this, it would comfortably need to have that much room around the edges at either end. So that would end up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, that would end up being a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 block gap. You'd have to have at bare minimum to get that in somewhere, and then however many blocks long that is. Yeah, that was an idea I had, is maybe I can send you the dimensions of what space it occupies before you come and pick it up, so people don't have that issue in future. What are we on? 84%. Sphinx has still got a bunch of ice in his cargo container. You know what, let's dump a bunch of that out. Nah, you know what, the rest of it can stay in there for now. What's that, Baron? You could always make a container system like what EBR did for his little rover he gave to Easy. I was actually thinking of doing something like that. I didn't realise EBR had done that as well. I was considering making like almost like an unknown signal type drop pod, like just a frame it could live in that I could hook up with parachutes, or something like that. But yeah, that is an idea I've considered, is building a frame that you could like drop or pick up or weld onto something or whatever. Maybe have a connector on it to keep the mech attached to it. There's plenty of ways that it could be done. Right, come on tanks, I want to go explore 87. Yeah, should be alright. To be honest, no, actually. Yeah, because I've got an O2H2 generator in this pile as well. But again, it's something I want to save for my bigger ship when I get to that. I also need to figure out exactly how I'm going to build the bigger ship. Because there are going to be bits of it that are going to be super awkward to do in a survival setting. Well, we'll figure that out at some point. At the moment, I need to go and scrounge up some more of these parts. That can be switched off. I don't know why you're even on. Copy all. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Yeah, I'll just leave them all there for now. Right, that should be done by now. Then also Varian, that could be interesting. Have it hooked up via a merge block so as you fly past, you can let it go to parachute down. Yeah, that was pretty much one of the stupid ideas that sort of popped in my head, was even if you're not there, I could literally just rock up, parachute launch, just bail it off the side, let the parachutes deal with it, and I can just get off and you'll come back to a lovely delivery box full of robots. Yeah, it's one of many ideas we could do. 90%, come on. Oh yeah, so I also made a few upgrades to, or downgrades technically, to the warehouse. I got rid of all the piston platforms that I had at the sides. They were mostly just getting in the way of all the wheels. And in this case, they were snagging so badly you couldn't actually drive past them. So I got rid of all of them, which kind of means half these lights and event controllers on the back of here are redundant now. So I need to deal with them and figure out how I'm going to make that look pretty again. Because I had exactly enough controls to make both sides look uniform, but now I've cut out half the controls. Need to reassess, but I also need to completely rebuild this welding arm because it's too low. Right, tanks, we good yet? 93, right, that's enough, I can't be bothered waiting anymore. I'm too impatient. Yeah, also put a sneaky little gun rack there for some backup weapons just in case. Oh, and also other upgrades I made. Conveniently, before I set out on my stupid botched mission, I put a small survival kit and a cryopod on the underneath, and they fit really nice quite conveniently. And a couple of engines as backup, so I can actually kind of temporarily live on this tiny little ship. If I ever need to jump off the server for a second, I don't have to fly all the way home, I can just pop into there. We've got that in case I'm getting murdered by turrets and things when I'm trying to scrap bases. He weighs about 200 tons now, so he's a bit of a chunky boy, but he does work. And that is the all-important thing for me. Right, so he can drive, he can turn, he can steer. All that kind of stuff. We've got reactors on him for backup power, which I'm leaving off the minute because I don't want to rinse that uranium. I literally found like about 12 ingots of uranium, so I'm trying to be very sparing with it. The temptation to make a load of railgun ammo and strap a railgun onto here instead of the assault cannon is quite strong, but I'm resisting it for now until I find more or can afford to go and buy some. Let's turn the floodlights off, we don't need them at the minute. Right, so where are we going? We are going 20 kilometers that way. I'll do a bit of driving first, because hang on, before we go any further, I've not got an inventory full of garbage, have I? I have got an inventory full of garbage. There's a load of guns in there that didn't... oh yeah, this was all other stuff that was at that other base, and I need to put it away before we leave. Oh. I also need to go and get some parachutes as well. Yeah, alright, I'm going to dump that, grab some parachutes. Yeah, because he is also equipped with parachutes, and they came in very, very handy during that little incident. Because, yeah, I got pretty badly hit from behind with some assault cannon ammo, and that took out one of the O2H2 generators that are at the back, which severed the conveyor line to some of the thrusters at the back, which meant I started rapidly dropping out of the air. So I had to deploy the emergency chutes, and they just about saved me from completely smashing the underbelly. They did not save what was left of the back legs. They were almost completely destroyed. My little barrel full of guns. Let's put that in there, because I've not got a... Oh, damn, run out of... No? 3,000, isn't it? Oh. Server lag. Those tools can probably get ground down. That I'm gonna keep some of them. Let's back up to that. I didn't want to ditch all three of them, thank you very much. Rad kit. Saving you for now. Oh yeah, I also found some zone chips in one of the bases that I raided. I mean, I haven't got a safe zone. But I did find some zone chips, which I was quite surprised to find. You know what? I'll put those grade 2s in there as backup in case I run out of the grade 3s. I can't be asked doing too much with them right now. And the potato can just go into... You can go straight into the food processor. That's where you go. I'll continue with you later. Right. That should be everything we need. That's all the bits I need for them. I didn't pick up the ammunition that I made though, did I? Which should be in here. Fantastic. We'll take that. And then we're ready. 0H2. Is the insect rover inspired by Supreme Commander? A unit from that game looks somewhat familiar. I can't say I'm familiar with Supreme Commander. I'll have to give it a look though. No, the flatbed is... The flatbed Mark II is just something that kind of came out of my head. Just an idea that I came up with. I wanted to build something. Oh, yes, I did arc build. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. We can get canvas from in here. It's in ammunition, isn't it? Oh no, it's... Where's canvas hiding? I can never remember where the hell it is. Oh, there it is. It's in the equipment one. 10 should do. Oh. Still set to disassembly. There we go. That'll do. Just in case. Yeah. After last time, I'm absolutely taking canvas with me. Because I did one trip in it. Came back with just enough fuel to land safely. Didn't have any issues, just got very close to running out of fuel. And after that I thought, I'm putting some parachutes on here just in case. And then it was after that that I got cocky and decided I'd take on a pirate installation on my own. With a big sluggish mech that's not really designed for combat. He's got guns on him for defense and things. But he's not really fast or agile enough to be a combat mech, especially with the fat bum he's got covered in hydrogen thrusters. Put them in there. Should be a couple leftover spares. Oh, actually. Oh, hang on. How many chutes are in there? There should be. Cut. Shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, they're all filled. That's fine. Right. Sweet. We are actually ready to go this time. Let's just pop that little bit of backup ammo in there. I've got some backup ammo in there, and I've got some ammo on myself. Wonderful. Cool. Well, here we go then. How many sheets do you have? I believe LG grid sheets take 5 canvas each. On this one, it's got... Well, you can see them there. It's got 1 chute either side of the lateral thrusters. So we've got 4 here, and we've got 4 there. It's probably not enough to completely support his weight, but it's just what I threw in at the time. I will probably put more in if I can find somewhere to put them. I've not fully tested the parachute system yet, so I'm not exactly sure how it falls when they all kick in. But what's the best way around of that? I'll just go this way. Yeah, I've not fully tested the chute system yet, so I'm not quite sure how he's balanced when he's falling, when they're active, but they worked enough to help me not completely... Ooh, that's steep. They worked enough to help me not completely destroy the mech when we crash landed. Because we did hit the deck. We were coming down pretty quick. Yeah, flatbed worked pretty well. Yeah, and we can turn and drive around. He's got a whole series of mag locks on the flatbed section of him, and I've set them up with some colour changes, so I know when stuff that I've dropped onto the bed is ready to lock, and when it is locked and when it is unlocked, and all that kind of jazz. Yeah, this is how I like to build my mechs. I like to have the option to have a drive mode. Ooh, hang on. There's some things turned off from when I was fixing him. Yep, that's not on. There we go. I like him to be able to walk, obviously, because they're robots, because they're mechs. But I also like to be able to swap them over to drive mode as well. So we can just drive around, because I'm trying to make a mech that walks at a reasonable speed, or can run at a reasonable travelling speed, really difficult in SE without it just completely smashing itself to pieces. So I like to give my spider mechs the drive controls too. And then I also like to just have a flight mode as well, so everything can just fold away and we don't have to worry about any of that. Yeah, he's not too bad. Like I said, he's not super agile. He is a bit big and chunky and a bit heavy, but he can fly quite happily. And he can also make it up to space. Although, I did the last space trip I did to test it out was before I made a whole chunk of upgrades, so hopefully he's still space worthy, but it was the other day. I don't think I've increased the weight too much. Like, yeah, the thruster cones on there, they're working, but they're not working too hard, so I should have a bit more lift in there. I added 2 extra thrusters on the back, because when I was tipping back in atmosphere, he was dropping backwards. So I thought I'll chuck a few more forward thrusters on. Might have added a bit too much weight to the back, because initially it was just those 2 tanks and those 2 thrusters, but like I said, I tipped him back like that, he'd just start dropping backwards. But doesn't seem to have affected his flight capabilities too much. Once we get over this bumpy terrain, there should be another flat bit. Because yeah, he can fly, but it's not really a permanent situation with flying. Like, I wouldn't consider it to be a ship as such. I feel like he works his way through that hydrogen a bit quicker than I'd like. But then again, he's also towing all sorts of extra weight, like those legs that a regular hydrogen ship wouldn't really be carrying. So, that's entirely my fault for building a stupid robot. Yeah, I'm not far from the thing now. So, before we waste any more fuel... let's land by that plant so I can pick it. And there's a controller on board, so once we drop below a certain altitude, there we go, legs redeploy, we can disengage flight mode, turn everything off, re-engage drive mode, and we're ready to buggy again. But I'm grabbing these berries first. Thank you. Yeah, I stuck a ladder on the back as well as a ladder on the front, because it actually comes in quite handy. So that can be a little tricky to get to sometimes. Whereas that one I can seat it lower and it's super easy. There's nothing really getting in the way of that. But when I've loaded all of this up with stuff, it's really hard to get over to the container, so having a ladder on the side has still been super helpful. The deck of the flatbed looks like a mini carrier. Future plans. Loose ideas for other things. But yeah, that was kind of the... Oh, those doom rocks. These things. These smegging things. I hate them so much. I hate you so much. But I'm going to grind you out of the game. Because I hate you. Though, the amount of wheels I have lost on this server to those... things. That's why I've got spotlights on every single leg angled down. So I can spot those things in the dark, hopefully quick enough to react, because... Yeah, you'll just be driving along and then just hear pop! And then the mech will list to one side. And you're like, what? And then there'll be a damaged rock and a broken wheel. That is why we've got the spare tyre on the back now, because it has happened to me too many times. The big rocks that you see on Earth and that, they're fine, you can spot them a mile off. These feckin' things are the bane of my life, and I hate them. And I've just started, every time I see one, just grinding it away and getting rid of it because I hate them. And hopefully nobody else has to suffer with them either if I grind them out. Damn things. Anyway, enough of me ranting. Where are we? We are... 6 kilometers away. That's fine. That should be, hopefully, a casual stroll. Yeah, the crane arm works quite well. I added another section to it the other day after Varian turned up to drop off a load of things. Arm was just a little bit too short. Couldn't quite reach as far as I wanted it to. So I added in another section to it. It wasn't too hard. Actually, it really was not too hard at all. Honestly, I don't know why I haven't been playing with grabby hands and the advanced welding mod more. Probably because I mostly do vanilla stuff, but those two mods, they need to be just a feature of the game. Like, weld pads in particular, they need to just be in the game. Merge blocks are great and they definitely have their purpose for like attaching and separating things at like the push of a button. But the weld pads, they absolutely just need to be a thing in the game. Like, I've seen other people use them on live streams and in other series and thought, oh, they look cool, they look quite interesting. Never actually properly used them myself until I started playing on this server, and my god, they have changed some of my approaches to survival mech building. They have definitely made a difference. And grabby hands as well. It's so much easier to move bits and pieces around of a complicated mech with grabby hands, rather than have to like sort of blueprint it, grind it down, rebuild it. It's way better. What's that? It was a good test, lol. R to grab, left click to hold, and then normal block rotations, and you can rotate. Yeah. The grabby hands mod is amazing. Like, oh, is that its proper name? Improvised engineering. I know everyone just calls it grabby hands because that's like what Splitsy and his mates were referring to it as. Which kind of makes sense. But no, those two mods combined, for the things that I like to do with SE, they are absolute game changers. I I definitely want those features just in the game properly. Because it has always bugged me that you, as a player, can't, like, physically lift a block. You can pick up the components, you can hold a variety of tools and weapons, but you can't, like, beyond kicking it across the floor, the players can't really physically interact with any of the blocks, other than, like, pushing or standing on them. Improvised engineering is the first one, improvised experimentation is the multiplayer one or more beta. Oh, are they two separate mods, are they? But either way, I really like the whole grabby hands feature. And I definitely like the weld pads. Because when I've been building some mechs on this, when I've realised I've built something in the wrong place, usually what I do is just grind the whole thing down and just manually rebuild the thing block by block, whereas if I want to reseat a leg position in this, it's actually really easy to just cut the leg off at whatever point you want to move it from, and then just use a weld pad to weld it back on. Super easy. No faffing about trying to figure out how to get a merge block in there without ruining the design or causing other problems. No, we're still 2k away. We've got 73% fuel. You know what, I'm just going to fly the last little bit. We'll be there in a second. It's only 2 kilometers. Right there, I can spend the next 10 minutes driving over bumps. Yeah, I need to try and figure out how to get some more forward thrust into it to counteract the 4 giant thrusters at the back. Means we can accelerate real quick. Decelerating, slightly different. Right, cool. Here is my treasure. Where did we get up to? There was a whole bunch of containers and stuff on the back of it. And there's still a bunch of stuff inside it. What was that? Right, last time I was here, I was in pieces and on fire, so this is much better than before. What was that? Oh, that was just some stuff that I ground off trying to get to the bits, so that can go. That's not special. Take parts, because more parts are always handy. So yeah, it's got a bunch of cargo containers here, and some of them have got a whole bunch of bits in. There's still a load of silicon and loads of reactor components, all kinds of things, and all kinds of goodies I found on this base. That's got nuts in it. That's got nothing in it. You know what, I'm gonna get rid of the... Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Oh, you did have stuff in you. Oops. Oh, you know what, actually. Dump it in there. I'm going to take all this stuff eventually. Whether I leave it in these containers or do some shifting around is a different question, but let's get a bunch of that stuff back out again. I'm going to need it, maybe. And a bunch of that stuff too. Right, what else was around here? That is another empty box. You can go. Come back for you in a minute. So, there is O2H2 gen, more batteries. even more goodies in there. Typical. I can't get the last computer out, obviously. Want to try and spread this weight out a little bit. Yeah, because yeah, that can carry a decent amount of weight and still fly. Posted some pictures in the members Discord on Aegirs Discord server of me flying about with it fully loaded up with thrusters. Yeah, there was some, I can't remember which pictures it was, there was thrusters and windmills, and I carried all 3 of those turrets at the same time. So it can take a decent bit of weight. Oh yeah, there's another battery there. ATMs and vein controllers don't care about. Most of that part of the building I've already... Oh yeah, because that was all that stuff that I cleaned up earlier. Anything in that? No. You can go. Nope. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to get the cargo containers off. Let's see if I can grab them with that. What's in you? You've got 8,000 litres, 2,000 litres, 5,000 litres, and 2,000. Let's maybe spread some of this out a bit. What else is in here? Huge chunks of stuff. Loads of steel plate. Keep a bit of it on myself. 6, 2, 5, 4. Yes. Stick a bit more in there. Try and spread the weight a little bit. What are you on? You're still on 5. Four, 4, and 5. Right, that's a little bit more reasonable. What was in you? Anything else? No, you were empty. Let's get rid of you. Oh, sorry, didn't see messages there. Sick, what are you saying? I once had a rack of timers and ECUs, and I dread to make them grind and reprogram again. Yes, yeah. Having to move programmed stuff around is an absolute nightmare. Without grabby hands. What's that weld pad? Yeah, I know. The weld pad is advanced welding. Yeah. Flying spider. Technically it's a hexapod rather than an arachnid. Still playing SE1 in the year 2026 of our Lord. Well, until SE2 gets to a point where I can stably and reliably do the same things that I'm doing here in SE2, I'm going to carry on playing SE1. Because SE1 currently has a UI that makes sense, so I'll be playing this more regularly. Also, there's a whole bunch of other features that SE2 needs before I start playing that more regularly. I need me gyro overrides, I need me share inertia tensor settings, and I need a whole bunch of other things first. You know, I still need access to that. I'm gonna move this over a bit, and hopefully I can get the flatbed in a little bit closer. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. You can go there. You can come out of there. That's probably not going to help a massive amount, but grind. Ah, that is obviously way too heavy for me to lift with all that stuff in there. We'll take the first two off. Ooh, what have I done? Yeah, we'll take the first two off for now and see how well a flatbed's arm lifts them. It should be fine. Grab this window while I'm here. There we go. What's that? Variant SE2 multiplayer will be a massive game changer. Kraken is my B. Is that you, Ken? Have you changed your name? I'm jealous. I have Linux and SE1 has a lot of Microsoft library dependencies. Ah, right. Well, it is an old game that wasn't really intended to do the things that it's doing now. So I'm not surprised if some of it's a little bit messy. Oh, no. Oh, Kenneth's still here. Oh, right, you're just confusing me because you've got almost the exact same icon. Okay. I think there's an imposter in the chat. Oh, hey, Outcast, how you doing, man? Right, let's try and grab those containers. I need to go back into drive mode, because it's just easier. Yeah, because I'm doing things all the hard way. I probably could just make a version of this that has literally just got a service terminal on it, but doing that kind of feels cheesy. Rather try and figure out ways to actually scrap stuff. You know what, I'm going to get rid of that lamppost. It's probably going to get in the way of the arm. There we go. Oop. Yeah, too late. Dump you in there. Grab that. Waste not, want not. All that. Get the arm hooked up then. Where are we? Flight mode. Crane mode. Right. There we go. So, I've got a couple of controls for the crane arm on this. So I've got two turret controllers. One to do the base, and one to do the grabby claw on the end of it. But I've also set up some turret controllers. So I've got turret controllers, event controllers. So when I hit my forward key, I can extend that arm out. When I hit W and when I hit S, I can bring it back in. And I've also got the spacebar and the crouch button to do some extension and retraction on the arm. Well, I do think I'm probably still going to be too far away to reach. Are you kidding? There we go. The only problem is it's real awkward to use, but it is fun. And then we've got a little blinking light and some signs to tell us we've got a maglock ready. Press number 6, and then we can maglock it and lift the whole thing. Although there's some weight in that container compared to the rest of the mech. You can see it jiggling me about. Ooh, yeah, there's some weight in that. And we can just make some little adjustments here and there. Swap between our controllers. And then bring it down. I should even be able to, there we go, orient it and line it up a little bit better. There we go. When we get a maglock, the lights on the bed turn yellow, When I hit that lock, they turn green when it is locked down. So I know that that container is now locked, but I probably will have to try and drag these a little bit closer to the edge, because that was an absolute pain in the arse to get. Come on. Come on. You just need you to move a little bit. I know you're heavy and you're full of stuff. Then again, I probably just move them. You know, actually, I'll just move the mech around. This side's probably a little bit more accessible. Let's take that out. In fact, yeah, that side's way more accessible. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, there's lots of messages in the chat. Oh, hello, what's that? Outcast. Hey, Dread, something sus is going on in the chat. What's that? One of his is half closed, one of yours is half open. I can hardly tell the difference with the tiny little icons. Does anyone have a good solution to building on a planet? Do you mean on the server? Because you're on the server as well. TLDR, Clippy Pick is about how corporations are abusing your data at every turn, popularised by YouTuber Lewis Rossman. Clippy didn't want to read your personal data, Clippy just wanted to help. What's that, Outcast? Tried doing services terminal on a small grid, has oversized hitbox and tricky to get in. Better just have a storage bin with parts. I was thinking more along the lines of having like a little pod on the back that just is literally just like a 3x3 rotor and hinge setup with probably with some trickery to get a large grid rotor head in there, so I can put the attachment on. I wasn't going to try and box it in, I was just going to literally just try and attach a services terminal to a mech, but because I've done it before. I did it for my the 209 update preview that I did. I had a services terminal on a subgrid attachment, so it wouldn't be too hard to do it with the small grid bits. What am I doing? I'm switching to drive mode so I can move around. That's what I'm doing. I might also have to reposition the turret as well. Yeah, that's much better. Much better. Right, let's not jump out of the cab. Let's turn the turret on. Let's move that out of the way, because we might need the room. Turn that back off again. Turn that back on again. And so, I do also have a camera in here as well. Kind of help out, but it's also a bit tricky sometimes to see what angle the arm is sitting at. But that's not too bad. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go, now that light is blinking. I know I have a mag lock. There we go, and I have a mag lock. Go back into number 3. I'm just going to turn that camera off. It's easier to do it third person half the time. And lovely. There we go. Now have another container. Let's just... Oh, jump back into the wrong controller. There we go. That helps orient it a little bit better. You know what? Let's try to get it in behind there. Yeah. And that down a bit more. There we go. Lovely. Yeah, that'll do. Gotta be careful, because small grid stuff ain't as durable as large grid stuff. I've smashed a few blocks on the deck by putting things down a little bit too hard before. There we go. Right, so that has now got a new lock ready, so I can then relock all those mag plates. And that one is attached. And this storm is not making things easy. But that is why I put spotlights on the end of the claw. That's what I mean. Once I start loading this up, it gets a little bit tricky there. That kind of worked, but not really. You know what? Yep. Jump button always works perfectly on the server. Let's just do a little weight test. Bum, 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 turn the crane off, turn the flight mode on. I'll open that a little bit. Yeah, seems alright. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. Seems to be taking that alright. Let's throw another one on then. See how well that works. Oof. Ow. Dust storms, the bane of Pertum. Thank God made... also, thank God Keen made switch... how much are missing messages there? Lightning damage is off on the server. Yeah, lightning damage is off. I do like the idea of the lightning damage, but in practice it is just devastating to your grids. It just ruins things so quickly, so easily. If it did slightly less damage, maybe I wouldn't mind it so much, but it can just completely wreck stuff very quickly. Crane mode back on. There we go, that's a little bit straighter. That'll do. Up we go. Lovely. Go, let's get that a little bit more reasonable, a little bit more level. I've got that other hinge on a weird angle there, haven't I? Oh, it's because I picked it up wonky. You know what, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. There's loads of room there. Oop. I can drop you there. Wicked. And we can lock you back down again. Wonderful. Alright, let's try all 4. Ow. Keep forgetting, this one is slightly higher than the forklift mech, so it's just high enough to do a little bit of fall damage every time. Alright, that's you. You are detached. Good. Not have to do any convert to ship shenanigans. Ooh, is that too far? Can we reach that? Do I have to reposition again? I might have to reposition again. Yeah, I need to move around. Drive mode. Let's just squeeze around here a little bit. Ooh, I can feel that weight and it's turning. Swap steering modes then. Let's just crab over there. There we go. Yeah, so I made a crab mode switch as well, so if I tap the C button, you can see the lights on all the legs change from red to cyan. That's to indicate steering modes, so when it's cyan, it steers like normal, so it can turn in a circle. When I hit it and it turns red and starts flashing, it does all wheels the same direction, so we get crab mode. So we can just strafe sideways. Makes life a little bit easier. That's on, that's off, that's control. Ooh. Where are we? There we go. You know, I'm not far off. Wicked. Right, there we go. That's another one. Kieran, what's that? Nice arm though. I couldn't lift that with my arms. Must be the gym. Storm's pain of Burton. The Harbinger of Deborah, yeah. What's that variant? Love the crab walk. Yeah, well, like I said, I used to drive forklifts and telehandlers quite regularly. I always liked the crab mode feature on telehandlers. It was always quite fun. Driving a telehandler is the closest I've ever felt to actually driving a real mech. I love driving big, scary, heavy lifting machines. They're a lot of fun. Right, I think we'll just go with this for this load for now. That is a lot of stuff. There we go. We release that there. Lock that down too. And we can fold that arm back up. And just put that back in the middle. Bring that down a bit so our centre of mass isn't completely screwed. Groovy! Right, where the hell am I? Where's my base? That way. You know what? I'm changing the colour of my icon to bright green. Makes it more obvious for me to see. Green is my thing. Random pink stuff is stuff that I have to investigate. Oh, that's crane mode again. I don't want crane mode. Oh no. Oh no, that was... oh. That's gotten all messed up. There we go. Right, there we go. Yeah, so that's added like about 50 tons of weight. There's a lot of stuff in there. Where are we going? We're going that way. Right, we've got 60% of our hydrogen left. Oh, sorry, Zero, I didn't see your message there. I wonder what is more difficult, learning M, ARM, OS, or setting up vanilla. Either way, they've both got their pros and cons and learning curves to them. All depends on whether you... all depends on whether you want to stare at lines of text or this control panel, but the end results aren't too different, to be honest. Right. Let's see how well we do with the hydro thrust. So 20k that way. We'll probably have to do another ice run to get enough fuel to come back. Because yeah, as you can see, we did that 20k journey and yeah, we're just down, we're about 50% fuel, so hopefully what I've got here can get us back, but I can only really do one journey at a time with the fuel on this ship at the moment. On the way back after it got wrecked, I did have to keep stopping off at little patches of ice like that and scrounging up a bit of fuel, sitting there for long enough for it to actually refuel before I got bored and tried to see how much further I could get. But yeah, probably make it. If we run out of fuel, we'll just have to land somewhere. Because the Atmos can, I don't know, test the Atmos when I'm fully loaded, but the Atmos can just about lift the mech, so probably wouldn't be that bad. God, I hate this big mountain. I always worry about trying to go over this mountain so much. But the first time I ever flew over it was in a mech that wasn't geared out for it. Outcast, oh no, a hill, yeah. That's why I'm approaching it with caution and trepidation, but like I said, this mech is space capable. And its down thrusters aren't stressing out, so... or its up thrusters rather aren't stressing out, so I should be okay. Yeah, I kind of am going around it a little bit. But I have, right there, number 4 on my toolbar, I have got my emergency parachutes ready to open should anything go catastrophically wrong, but it's not too bad. I need to test out space salvaging. I need to see how well he does bringing stuff back down from space. I need to go up to space and nosy around long enough to find something. Yeah, that's not too bad actually. 7k's away. 30% fuel left. I probably am pushing a little bit too hard, like, but there is... ice isn't as stupidly rare as you think it is on Pertum. It's just very, very sparse and just sort of tiny little amounts kind of all over the place. What's that, Outcast? Parachutes, absolute must, yeah. What's that, Gemini? Could you use the thrusters while in drive mode to assist on hills and such? Yes, number 6 and number 7 on my toolbar right there are Atmo boost and H2 boost, so I can flick on my forward thrusters in the 2 different variations to boost me up hills when I need to, and that's actually come in kind of handy on a few occasions. You know what though, it would also be helpful if we had the spotlights on, because the way they're positioned, they kind of quite nicely work as landing lights when the legs are folded. What's that? 1.5 kilometers away. That loose bit of stuff somewhere. What is that? I'll have to go and have a look at that in a minute. I have no idea what that is. Oh, fuel's in the red. Right. Let's get down. Yeah, I thought we'd have about that much fuel left by the time I got back. What's that, the whole sand? Yeah, I imagine the sand dune area has absolutely none, but I was pleasantly surprised how many little patches of ice I have found around the place when I've needed it. There we go. We are home. Right. Light mode disengage. Wicked. Oh, it wouldn't help that that O2H2 generator's on burning power when it doesn't need to be. Ooh, you are really sluggish with all these containers. They are full of stuff. Absolutely full of stuff. You know what? I might grab all the stuff out first. Ooh, ow. That's the right one. Yeah, I might empty some of that stuff out first, because it's all going to go into the sorter system anyway. And then one of those containers I might use for ores and things. Grab... Yeah, we've got a few bits there. Yeah, I need to go and grind down, like, pretty much the rest of that building as well, once I've got all the bits out of it. Why do I run around when I can just go under? Makes sense. What else is on you? Just them, and then the survival kit's got a bunch of stuff in it. Get that out. And the rest of that can stay. Cool. You know what? That was hardly anything. Yeah, I'm just doing an ice run. What's left in you? A load of silicon. That'll come in handy. There's a lot of windows on this warehouse that need doing, so a big chunk of silicon will be lovely. Yeah, I definitely need to put in a ore container, I think. Thank you for that, game. Right. You're empty. Wicked. Ooh, lots of stuff in this one. What was that, Outcast? First return from space in the Kodiak. It was 1.2 million kilos, had 4 parachutes and auto-deploy. At 1.5, I stopped 100 meters. Oof. Stopped 100 meters above the ground. Wow, that was that must have been terrifying and relieving when you didn't crash. Yeah, to be honest, when those pirates were chasing me, if I'd been a little bit higher or the ground had been a little bit lower beneath me, I might have had more time for the chutes to open up and not crash as badly. But to be honest, the repair system I've done with the projectors worked out a hell of a lot better than I thought it would. Only problem is my welder arms in the factory are like a block or two too low, and that means I have to extend the roof up, and I can't be arsed doing either of those things. But I might have to at some stage. Get rid of them signals. So yeah, I'm just trying to scrounge up parts at the moment, because I want to make, like I said, I want to make a large grid ship that is space-worthy and can land on planets too. So I'm just trying to scrounge up all kinds of bits that might be useful. Now those thrusters, they're super useful. I've got a bit of a mishmash collection of ions in various states. I've got a few weapons and a load of gyros. There's a few more things I need, like I've got a couple of air vents here. I want more of these. I need to find more of those cargo terminals. And I've got another cryopod stashed back there. So I've got a few bits. But I need hydrogen tanks is what I need. I need to find some large grid hydro tanks. I've got 3 oxygen tanks and an O2H2 generator, but no hydrogen tanks yet. They're both empty. Got a whole buttload of steel plates. Loads of that. I might actually reprocess some of that stuff. Back into iron, just so I can spread it out a little bit. What's that? You've got a lot of H2 tanks, big and small. Then perhaps we can work out some sort of arrangement, because I've just found a bunch of stuff. A lot of it is just generic kind of bits, but found a load of valuable ores and ingots. Like silver and platinum. And things. That might be worthy of a trade. Again, I've still not done enough missions. I've still only got about £500,000, so not really got much money. But I'm also not a materialistic person in that sense. I don't really care about having money as long as I have parts to build robots. That's all I care about. I'm more interested in trade than money. I just want more parts for doing more weird things. Ah! Crap. Can I reach it through that gap? Just about. If I stand there, there we go. Wow, that is loads. I must have picked up about 10 tons of silicon. I'm never going to need silicon again. Alright, we'll get the last of this out of here and then see how messy that has made my inventory system and where everything has actually ended up. Yeah, that's nearly the last of it. Lovely. Once those cargo containers are empty, I can just handball them off myself. They're not that heavy, but when they're full of stuff, they're super heavy, but they're also quite fragile, and I have damaged some stuff. Just knocking it around a little bit too much because of the mass and the fragility, the mass inside the block and the fragility of the block. Bad combination. Right, how messy is my inventory system now? There is stuff. Stuff is getting processed, that's good. That's all in there. That connector, why is there 8 grand in that connector? Why is there another 9 grand in that conveyor sorter? That needs to go in my bed, under my mattress, like where you're supposed to keep your money. Ooh, we've got a lot of them. Let's dismantle a bunch of them too. Yeah, because we got stuff everywhere, and that container is now completely rammed full now, isn't it? Yep, that is full as can be. That's because it's got loads of construction components in it. Swap them over. Get rid of some of them construction components for me. Or it's probably taking them from somewhere else. Who knows? What is ore and ingots like? You are also completely full. Yeah, I definitely need to make an ore bin as well, don't I? Yeah, half of that's just ores. Ugh, let's do one of them. Let's get these off then. So, I've got nothing there. I can go to that toolbar. I can hit number 9. Everything releases. The lights all turn yellow to indicate there's a connection ready. And these now weigh absolutely nothing. And I can just handball them off the side of the ship. And we'll just carry them over in a second. Save screwing around with that arm too much. In fact, I might... Careful. There we go. Lovely. Right. Oh, I did have to put that behind the wheel, didn't I? There you go. What's your battery like? 66. Let's put you back on charge then for a minute. While we figure out what to do next, because I need to go and get more ice. At the moment it's taking about 2 trips in the Sphinx to get enough fuel. There we go, keep it nice and straight, just wiggle over, lovely. It's taking about 2 trips in the Sphinx to get enough fuel to refuel the flatbed. It takes them a little while to get refueled up. Oop, easy now. There we go. Don't break anything, please. Lovely. Ow. Keep doing that. Always forget that is just a little bit too high up. Right, 4 containers. I want one for the ore, but I think I've messed up and I should have probably started this a little bit further over. Because if I add that system into there, it's not going to fit. I'm going to have to adjust all of this. I'm going to have to recheck some stuff. Oh, that's so annoying. I should have started there. I will just rebuild it. Yeah, I'll rebuild that while I'm waiting for the sun to come up. So, this whole system I've built, I like the way it looks, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks wide. If I instead started from here, 1, 2, 3, that would be where the container sits. 4, 5, that would be the other side, so I just need to shift everything along 2 blocks, and that is a pain in the arse. Now, oh, that's actually, that's quite heavy. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that the forklift, the telehandler would be able to lift that. That would be tricky. To be honest, it only took me 5 minutes to set up. I'll just rebuild it. The only thing that I need to really worry about moving is the cargo containers. Yeah, and if I do it sensibly, I can rearrange stuff without actually having to do any heavy lifting. Right, let's take that. Let's put that in there. Oh crap, did I cut that off? The rest of that plastic. Good. It's all good though. Damn it. Keep getting trapped in this hole. Yeah, I need to put handrails on there. Where's me? Well, they're gone. There it is. Alright, let me... Oh, come on, server. Press the jump button when I press the jump button. Come on. Why do I have to fly upside down to make it useful? Restricted jetpacks, that's why. Fine, I will walk around the back so I don't get stuck in that hole again. Right, groovy, reconnected. And I've got no other bits to build anything else. What do I need for them to set them up? It's interior plate. What it is. Just give me a load of that, please. We'll have one of them. I'm just going to grind down the other bits and move them over slightly. So that'll be there. We'll put a cargo container in that gap. Wicked. Totally meant to do that. Oh. The sorter was full of bits. That's why. Smoke. That'd probably be why that happened. There we go. Oh yeah, I found a big pile of superconductors as well, didn't I? So that can live there. That can live there. Then we need to put a cargo container in there. I need a computer for it, obviously. And we'll just move everything over a little bit. So you're pointing in the correct direction. Fantastic. Wicked. Right, let's go and... get one of these cargo crates. So yeah, 1, 2, sorter. That crate, cargo container, sorter goes there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that needs rearranging. That's fine. Because I'm pedantic and OCD. There's the top of you. It's that face, isn't it? Cool. So I want you on there. Then we are going to take you over here. Like, this kind of building. This is something I think should just be a thing in Space Engineers. I really like this aspect. And I've just been able to grab some stuff and slap it into place like that. That's amazing as far as I'm concerned. I love that. That's the sound of thunder. So you are going to come out. You are going to come out. You are... Oop, smacking the microphone. You are going to get swapped for... not that. What am I doing with that pipe system? Coming out the sorter and then it's piping back in. So, sorter first. Yeah, that'll go there. That is going to go in the gap. So that we've got a better connection point. How did I do that? Yeah, it was that way. So we've got that there. And we can have one of them there. Ow. Thank you, Deborah. Fine. I'll go and hide in my emergency cryopod for a second. The secret one that I keep in the warehouse. Not connected to anything, but it keeps me from dying. Oh, I'm just coming up on 2 hours as well, so... I'm going to go and grab myself another cup of tea in a second. You know what, in fact I'm going to do it now, while I wait for this storm to end. Because otherwise I'll just be sat here doing nothing for the next few minutes. So, enjoy the lovely view of the fantastic weather, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. I will see you soon. Okay, I'm back. Just turn that music down. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. In my chair. There we go. Right. What are we doing? Oh yeah, sort system. Oh, what's that, Arkville? Saw a neat trick with the services terminal. It was mounted via a rotor on the back. So when the flipped the vehicle, they could store it in the services terminal, then rotate the terminal and spawn the vehicle right side up. That's a cool idea. That is a very cool idea. Yeah, that's the kind of things that I like about the services terminal. It can be a bit cheesy in some ways, but it also gives us some interesting options for doing stuff like that. Right, what are we doing next? So, that is all going to change. That's what's going to happen next. You are going to come out. We need to finish welding. Don't want to take out a you yet, but that is going to come off the back of there anyway. Actually, it doesn't need to come off, but it just makes it easier for the moment. Right, that's you, and then we are going to reroute those pipes. Actually, do it from down here. Oh my god, it's so warm in the UK at the moment. It is unbearably hot. And that is going to end up being that, so we're basically going to copy that, so that gets to be that, and everything gets bumped along a little bit. That can go under there, that can go on there, and that wants to be a T section. What's that? Well, giving players a way... Yeah, giving them a way to sort of copy and paste in game in a survival kind of setting is a nice little feature to have. There you go, I've got enough parts in it to do what I need to do there. Right, so that all feeds back in again. Fantastic. So, we need to redo a few things. That's the out sorter for that. We've already deleted the one I wanted before. Got to it properly. So you are now going to be... You're going to be the component sorter. Because my OCD, I absolutely have to put it into ore, ingots, components. If I don't put it in that order, it will drive me mad. Oh, Skyjacket in the game chat. How's it going, Dread? Going fine. Working out a sorter system. Right, so you're going in. Your component sorter out. Copy all of that. Paste it onto there. You can be delete me. Also, paint that the correct colour. Yeah, right, so just need to program some things. I can hopefully use that sorter to move most of the stuff. Although there will be probably a fair bit of it left behind. Why end up putting that money in there again? Oh, yeah, I just need to build that, don't I? Oh, I'll just rebuild it. More hassle than it's worth. Trying to cut the thing out and move it across. We'll just build that. We'll just copy that. We'll paste that onto there. Do 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 do. Oh, I'm just going to grind this out. Take a bit of that. That was the wrong button. Right, dump, plates. So, we want that to attach the sign to. We want that to go with a ugly ass cargo container port. That can go from there. That can go there. Put the LCD panel up there. Handrails, no handrails, and not that one. Paste that all into there. Yeah. Fix that for a second. I think I missed a bit when I was copying and pasting that, but it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, I missed the square bracket at the beginning. Text and images. That. Yeah, about 2. Done. Somewhere, what was it, about 37, wasn't it? That was somewhere around the middle. And we've got Trinity, right. Cool. You can go. You can go. You can go. You can get welded back up. I need to set the sorters up, don't I? Let's rebuild the button now. So we'll have a button for you. Oh. Take that out. Take that out. It's all going to have to move. Earl Grey tea, lovely. Right, sorters, component sorters. Comp, sort. Oh yeah. I'm just going to replace that with that for now. Comp, sort. Component sorter in. Component sorter out. That should automatically redo the programming in the event controller. Lovely. What was that? Oh, that was just the access light. Which is that. That's all named. Comp, light, component sorter, access light. This is why I use groups for everything. So I can just do that. Comp, sort, controller, DPP component access light. Yeah? Oh, because I gave it the wrong feckin' name to begin with, didn't I? So that's a different one now. Comp, light, smeg it, I'll do. Yeah, because it had a... Huh? Oh, hang on. What have I done there? Oh, I've missed out a thing. And also, it's not that anyway. Delete that. It's not meant to be DPP, it's meant to be storage. I've done that wrong in the first place. It is STRG. I didn't see Skytrack's message there. Where are the AI blocks in the mobile shipyard? Absolutely no idea, because I don't really do an awful lot in space. Right, try again. So, comp, light. Let's do you this way instead. Comp, sort. Comp, access light. When you are active, you are green, and when you are inactive, you just go back to... Oh, damn it. I forgot about that when there's two groups already sitting in there. There we go. 200 on that. That does that. So, that has only got those bits in theory. Pump, sort, light. Flip that on, changes all those colours. And it would do anything if I'd actually set up the sorters. Pump, sort, in, whitelist. That was the one. Ingots only. Sorter out, blacklist, anything, just in case I end up putting the wrong thing in that box by mistake. Activate that. That turns off. That turns that on. Oh crap, I've told it to pull ingots, not components, haven't I? I'm an idiot. Comp, sort. What did I say, ingots? Remove components is what I wanted. Yeah, I just pulled everything out of there. Right, you pull all that stuff back, please. That's done it. I'll just carry that, it's fine. Right, that's got the right setting this time, I think. There we go. Right, that is now pulling stuff, and it's hopefully pulling stuff not out of here yet, because it's pulling stuff in all the priorities first. Oh, there you go, it's starting to take stuff. Probably going to fill up too quickly though. So I've got a lot of stuff that needs scrapping. I've still got 500 of them. Probably need to get more storage, but probably need to get more storage. Still, I'm going to get rid of a few of those interior plates anyway. Yeah, because you are now completely full. Got ingots there, ingots there. Where else have I got components hiding? Anywhere else? There's a few in a connector somewhere. Component container, that's fine. Oh, that's the other component container though, isn't it? It's the one I'm trying to empty. Yeah, that's the one I'm trying to empty. Oh yeah, we've got a whole buttload of them. Get rid of some of them. That is actually gonna get moved, and that's gonna end up as the ingot container. I'm gonna call that for now, and then you're gonna get moved, and you're gonna get called the ore container. Where are you? Would it be easier to do some juggling around? No, because I do need to get you emptied, don't I? Oh, in a hole. In a hole. Can I fly out the hole? Ah, I got that. You know what, I might leave that there actually. I'm just going to leave that on, and hopefully that will start draining stuff out of this container. Because that still weighs 7 tons, that's going to be a bit of a pain to move. So I need to do that, 'cause that it all needs to be shifted along a bit, doesn't it? That's going to be there, that's going to be there, that's going to be there. That is going to be another sorter, and then that box needs to be there. You know what, actually, I might be able to just shimmy it across. Oh yeah, and I found one solitary prototype frame as well while I was out exploring. Yeah, there's lots of stuff left in there. Gonna be massively heavy. What's not the best way of doing this? So if I just put the infrastructure in for it now. So let's put one of them in there. Weld that up. Let's put one of them there. Weld that up. That's going to go in there. Back around again. I need that out of there. I need you off there. Actually, that's not as bad as I thought. I can actually probably maneuver that. Can I get... Why have I put that there? I'll put that there. You know what, let's just slap you across there. Oh, that was the wrong thing. That was not my welder, that was a grinder. The computer's in there, thank you. Thank you. Right, wonderful. Can we shimmy you across without breaking you? You are still quite heavy. Just need to get you close enough for the weld plate to kick in. Come on. Come on. Yeah, you're heavy. There we go. Wonderful. Right. That's what we wanted. Cool. Alright, server lag. Settle down. Ah, fantastic. Right, we can take that out. We can take that out. We can take that out. And that becomes a sorter. That becomes a sorter. This needs to shift the over one, and the whole thing just needs to move over one block. That's not too bad. Pretty much, I think. Yeah, in there, out there, in there, out there. Yeah. Yes, I think we're all good again. So that can be one of them. Yes, good. That gets to be... Where's my lovely industrial sorters? I love the look of these things. I wish we had something that was a square cube block. Like that, but in that kind of aesthetic, with those kind of vibes about it. I really like that indicator setup. I think it looks really cool. Right, grab that. Get that welded. That then becomes ingot sorter. That comes out. That comes out. That comes out. I fall in the hole again. Just why not? Yeah, actually, let's mitigate that. Let's deal with that issue. Oh, that's a Willis duct. So, lights, bum 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 bum. Handrails, no handrails, lovely, not going to fall down the gap. Right, that needs to be another sorter, so we'll move that. It's going to go that way. That's going to be that way, but the other way around, idiot. I'll just grind that one out the parts. What I just dropped there. Bits. Loads of silicon, obviously. And you have no more room. Oh, you've only got... Yeah, you're starting to clear out now, so that's alright. Cool. Go on in here. What have we got in there? Let's... Oh, yeah, that's why you can't access anymore. Turn that off. And then get access to them again. Wicked. Cool. You settle down, server. I have to purposely kind of slow myself down playing on a server. I usually just sprint around everywhere like a lunatic, but the game occasionally gets a bit upset trying to figure out where you are. Maybe just run around like a lunatic constantly. Right, so that's ingot sorter in. Copy all of that. You get to be ingot sorter. Out. Wunderbar. Right, and then we take you back out. Which you're obviously got stuff in you, because why wouldn't you? Usually not just sat in the conveyor tube. What's next then? Oh yeah. That comes out of there, that comes out of there. That's going to be a two-section. And that's going to be a two-section. Good. Right, so... two-section... Oop. Two-section... C-section. Although that's probably the wrong terminology to use. Cannot withdraw interior plates. Have I? Ah, there we go. Right, wonderful. That is joined up. Right, so what else do I need to do? I need to copy that, call it that. You are already the ingot container, that is fine. We need to get on your roof and do those things, that's what we need to do. And we got the parts to make that stuff? No, we don't. Now we do. That colour. That can go there. That can go there. That can go there. That can go there. Lovely. Ooh, that was like a bullet time matrix jump then. Screen. Go up there. And we just need to copy details from here. $2.935. Text and images. Text. 2.9. Bright red. Centered. 35. Trinity background because it looks cool. Yeah, it's named correctly. Wicked. Right. All this can get ground down. But not before we set up the ingot sorter to pull stuff. So, ingot sort. What have we got? What have we got? I'm just going to put ingot, to be honest. That will put the proper tag on it for the grid, which is storage. Call you that. Oh, well, ingot sorter out is still there, isn't it? Let's take you out. Obviously there's stuff in there, because why wouldn't there be? Oh, actually, don't start. What do I need for that? More motors. Ah, stop it. Come on, server, play nice. Energy, I need to go and recharge for a second. Hop back in. Oh yeah, I've got the medical station, haven't I? Keep forgetting that's there. Lovely, healed. Yeah, that's another thing I'm very grateful for. It's definitely going on my big ship when it's time for it. What was I doing? I was welding that. I was grabbing motors for that. I was dumping stuff so I could pick up motors for that. There we go. Right, cool. So, ingot sorter in. What's that, Varian? Lol, I knew you'd enjoy that med station with how much you're outside getting hit by Deborah. Yeah, I spend pretty much all of my time in my workshop, and because we don't have doors big enough to facilitate any of the mechs I build, really, I'm basically outside all the time. So yeah, having a medical station nearby is quite handy. It's much appreciated. So, ingot storage, ingot sorter. You should have your sorters lined back up. You've got that, and I just need to do that. So, you will turn green to indicate the sorter system is active, and then you'll turn back to the lovely colour that matches all the other base lighting. Ingot sorter in, whitelist. Ingots. Ingot sorter out, blacklist, and nothing, just so we can pull stuff out. Groovy. There's already a few bits in there. Can we pull the rest of that, those components out? Keep putting that in there. That shouldn't be in there. In fact, let's put that back in there to make sure it pulls properly. Bum 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 bum. Now we need a button for it, don't we? We need to move that button. Ingot button. Right, that is pulling all of the ingot junk into here. Lovely. That is pulling, that is switched off. Fantastic. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Shadow Voidclaw, raid, raid, raid. Hey, how you doing, man? I think you're bringing some viewer with you. How are you doing today? Right, that is now full. Turn that off. What are you saying in here? You're saying 1400 in here. Let's put that on. That should start pulling stuff out of here, but it won't pull much because it's pretty full already. Yup. Let's get rid of some more junk then. I don't need 300 girders right now. I can make them to order when I need to. Yeah, I definitely need to get an additional storage container. Maybe I could just stick some more of them. Oh, that's actually something I could do. I could just tack more of them onto the backs of these to expand the different storage bins. That's probably not a bad idea. Could you behave yourself? There we go. You know, I might just take some of them for now. Because realistically, on my ship, I want more of these for onboard storage. Because I like the way these look better. My base, I don't mind throwing these on as much, and I have got 3 left still, and I've got at least one of them over there. You know what, I'm going to stick another one of these on the back of the ingot bin. The component bin. I need components. Make some weld plates. Hey! Parkour. Right. That can go on the back of there. Yeah, that can go on the back of there. Let's have a look at you. Which way round are you? Yeah, you're that way round. Fine. Really. Let's go. Yeah, because I was thinking I could just keep enough stuff in one bin at a time. And just have that, but for the amount of stuff that I'm building, I definitely need more components for things. One small cargo container here for storing ingots, components in. Just not going to be enough. Oh, is it leaning slightly towards the voxel? Is that why? Yes, it is. That is why. That were already the correct colour scheme. Right, you get on there, and then we can expand that out a bit. I might even pop one of them under there. Yeah, cool. Before I go too far though. Oh, I've not named either of them, so that doesn't make a difference. STRG RG 01 component storage. Store gate, store edge. There we go. We'll call that component storage 1. Copy, or we'll call you component storage 2. So I can keep track of who's full of what. That'll do for now. So let's have a look and see what. Oh, in fact, that's already connected up. That should. Oh, there we go. Component storage 2 is now full of things as well. And it looks like we've grabbed everything, so it's still got 5,000 litres of space in it. Lovely, that is much better. So if I run that, that can pull all the ingots into, all the components into there. If I run that, is there anything else left on the base for you to scrounge up? Yep, there's a few bits spread around. Do we need to put another container on the back of you? From the look of it, yes we do. You know what? Yeah, you know what, smag it. I can find more cargo containers. Let's make some decent upgrades to the base. Because this might seem a little bit over-engineered to some people, but you don't get how much I hate messy inventories that are just random assortments of junk in all sorts of places. Where am I putting you down? In fact, what's the way round at you? You're... Oh! Ah! Give me a second to get my gun out. Where are you? Double team. Come on. Yeah. There you go. Get down. Usually you hear the scuttling first. They must have spawned literally right behind me. Get. Right. Which way round did I have that? I was trying to turn that around 180, wasn't I? Yes. I'm pedantic about things like that. Yeah, that can go there. That can go there. Wonderful. That needs stuff. That's groovy. That can be that colour. That can be... Oh, I called it ingot container, didn't I? Ingot storage. We'll call it ingot container. That probably makes more sense. Oh, sorry, boy. Chloe, I didn't see a message there. I've been running away from spiders. Hey, Dread, how goes it? I'm doing good. Oh, I'm good, man. I'm very good. I built a naval vessel to sail to a resource-rich location, but needed some extra materials to finish it. Gold and silver, for example. Found some silver while scouting out some asteroids, but ended up giving the next asteroid I visited a face high five. Oh dear. Yeah, that was me yesterday getting cocky trying to take on a pirate base with my new mech. It did not end well and went south very quickly. Very quickly. Copy all of that. Copy, paste that. You get to be number 2. You need a weld pad. You need some bits. Wonderful. Right, let's get you up on there. Wicked. Right, there we go, and that's pulling the rest of the stuff into there. Fabulous. Right, what else we need to do? We then need to move some stuff and sort out the ore bin properly. Yeah, we need to move all this junk over one now. That'll be easier though, because we don't have to do quite as much faffing. I need to shift it over one, don't I? That can come out, that can come out, that can come out, that can come out, that can come out. And we are going to... where is it? Have one of them. There's the end piece. One of them. One of them. Lovely. That didn't work. And neither did that. Yeah, man. Thank you. Right, well, I need shifting over, so that can just come out. I'll use that for like 10 minutes. That needs a handrail sooner or later, and that will need shifting over, doesn't it? So what am I doing here? We've got that coming out of there, and then that turns into a T section. Is it? There it is. And that goes there. Then we have... yeah, that comes out, curve, and then back to a T. Where's the T C section? There it is. Wonderful. And then we have a sort of there, yeah. Oh, in fact, that doesn't need to be a T section. That one can just be. Oop. Bit Grinder happy. That can just be 2 Cs, can't it? Because I'm not going to have anything else on the end. At least not yet, anyway. Okay, that still needs to be a sorter. Groovy. Grab some bits for that. Wonderful. I'll leave that plate up there, didn't really need to move. Need more bits, more weld pads. Go on. Oh, to be honest, when I'd attach that plate is going to come off the top anyway, isn't it? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Come on. Just wiggle you across. Just wiggle you across. Oop. That's too far wiggled towards me. That's not what I want. Come on. Come on. Ooh. There we go. A bit too heavy for me. There we go. Wonderful. Fantastic. Right. That junk can come out. That can come out. We are nearly done with this. Lovely. And the sun's nearly up, so we can go on some more excursions soon. One of them. One of them. One of them. Wicked. Copy all of that. Copy. Paste all of that. You get to be ore. Oh yeah, another sorter. Needs to go there. Interior plate. Take that out in a minute. Copy all of that. That gets to the ore sorter. Yeah. All sorts in. Copy all of you. All sorter out. Right, just need to do the signage at the top and take that stuff out at the bottom. What was that? Does that copy paste get the black whitelist stuff too? No, unfortunately not. It doesn't. There's some things that Build Vision doesn't copy over. Like text fields and stuff for LCDs and stuff. Some of that stuff doesn't make it over annoyingly, but it's it'll take the actual whitelist settings, but it won't take the things you've put on the whitelist. So if I copy that one because it's no, if I copy that one because it's whitelist over to that, it'll change that one to whitelist, but it won't take the things on the list over, unfortunately. I imagine that's probably just a limitation of what Build Vision can do, or it might just be a feature that's not been added yet. Oh, no worries, Gemini. No worries at all. I wish it did copy more details like that, because it'd be so easy for swapping screen things around. It's the amount of times I build an LCD somewhere because I think it looks cool, realise it's in a dumb place and then find a better place for it, but you have to then reset up the entire LCD panel. But then again, Build Vision is also one of those things that I think it's about time to just fold it into the game, or make something that's pretty damn close to it in a vanilla world, because I think literally every single person I know that plays this on PC uses Build Vision. There's a few mods that at like this point I think are so commonly used they should just be part of the vanilla game. Build Vision is definitely one of them. Leak Finder is another. And after a couple of weeks of playing on this server with grabby hands and weld pads, they definitely need to be a thing in just the vanilla game. Just the ability to like walk over to an item and physically pick it up makes so much of a difference. Rather than going, this block is on the floor, how do I, as a person with hands and arms, move it? I know, I'll build a machine. No, you should be able to just grab the thing and move it 10 feet, if you need to. Leak Finder is a sanity saver. Yes, it is, because there are some block seams that you think would make sense and would go together and form an airtight gap, but they do not. I'm pretty sure that's an example of one of them, but yeah, there are some connections between blocks that look airtight and just aren't. And conversely, there's a few that you can very visibly see a gap, but it's pressurized apparently. I am, however, completely waffling at the moment, so what am I doing? Building another button there. I've not named any of the buttons yet, so that doesn't matter. Oh yeah, we also need to go and build the switch for this thing up on the base. So what have we got? We've got or and or. Oh yeah, I need to put the telly up there, don't I? Signage. Oh, I also need to stack like 18 grand of credits that I found. Because under your mattress is the best place to keep your money. Keeps it safe from the tax man. And your bank manager. Or storage sign. Or storage. Text and images. Let's just make you 3.2. Yeah, that looks right. Looks alright. Let's put the Trinity thing in there and then just... yeah, about 30. Looks alright to me. Or storage. Groovy. Right, so... control panel. Or sorter in. You need a group. Or sorter out. You need a group. Storage access light. You need a group. In will be whitelist and or, and out will be blacklist and nothing. Lovely. Right, let's go build a computer upstairs. Oh, I can't change the colour of that light yet. Let's turn all of this off so we can access stuff from up there, but yeah, lovely. Yeah, I'm just going to take that stuff with me. Off we go. I'll take the shortcut through the buildings because I've still not finished the walls. Or the floor. I hate those doom rocks. Oop. Nope. Deja vu, like the Matrix. But I'm the cat. Also, really going to bug me now that these are in the wrong order, but I can't. Ingots or. Yeah. It's going to drive me insane that they're in the wrong order. Well, pads. I'm gonna have to do it. My OCD will drive me insane otherwise. We can fix this, and if not, we can just glue it all back together. Which are you? Your components, your ingots. I want you to be in the middle. Let's take you off. Let's take you off. You know what? Let's also move you out the way a little bit. What is that light doing? The light is the switch. Oh, damn it. Of course I can't get in there. Of course, it's an awkward angle. You know what? You're a sign. You haven't got any programming in you. You can come out temporarily. That'll be fine. The light is the switch. Because I like to use... for a lot of the switches I do, it's just a binary system. It's just an on and off feature. So I like to use a light because it's got an on and off, and it's also a visual indicator, and you can put colour changes in to act as visual indicators for the different states. I could literally use any other block as a switch that's got an on and off feature. I could use programmable blocks and just turn the programmable block on and off. That's the action that the event controller's looking for. But with the lights, you get the pretty colours as well. So you... Oop, doing the moonwalk on that button. So I want to put you in the middle, don't I? The welder will reach, thank you. Now, can we squeeze you into there? Without it all exploding. Or clanging out. That shouldn't be too bad, actually. Ooh. Yeah, man. There we go, beautiful. Right. Ingots are in the middle. Next question is, can we get that light into this gap? Which way around is the light? It seems to be all the way around. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Oh. Right, can you just settle? Thank you. Don't. Stop rolling. Which way do I want that to be? Stop moving. Thank you. What's it do? Thank you. There we go. Wonderful. Right, let's put you back in. Do 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 do. Oop. Oop. Some blocks are easier to maneuver than others, and some blocks are so light that they just lie around everywhere. They're a nightmare to get in there. You're not going to fit. You're going to scrub against the side of that hinge and give me grief the entire way, aren't you? Yeah, because the outside edge of that hinge is just... Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Nearly got you. There we go. Wicked. Right. And then we'll have an ore thing there. So it's ore, ingots, components. Wicked. Right click to grab by center of mass to better rotate. Oh yeah, it's that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, because yeah, that's to hold it. That's to snap center off. Ah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still getting used to grabby hands and how it all works, but I am very much enjoying the mod. Is that welded? It doesn't look welded. Whatever, I'll trust that the game isn't lying to me. Oh, because I've run out of energy, but I'm in a pressurized environment, so I'm not dying. There we go. That's why it was being weird. There we go. Lovely. Right, so... Go away. Ooh, easy now. Easy now. No, don't weld on a weird angle. Wicked. Right, and then... One on there, one on there. And that should be that computer rebuilt. I'll just have to double check all the settings on it, but... Not hard to build. Cannot with apps because I've run out of computers, have I? Yes, apparently I had completely run out of computers. Oh yeah, I didn't realise that. In the wrong thing for a while. DPP -01. You need to be an access port, is what I'm going to call you. But access has 2 S's in it. I just noticed those kitchens haven't been named properly. Right, I'll do. Right, buttons welded. Buttons don't have a particular orientation, do they? They're the same on all sides. So I don't need to worry about that. Ooh. Settle down. There we go. Lovely. Right. Right, that still does the light. That still does that. Oh, hang on. That's not doing something, though. Which one are you? Your components. Pump. Sorter. Controller does that. It's on, does that. Oh yeah, that'll be why. Component. Oh, in fact, just type in sorter. Sorter light. There we go. Component sorter light. You're the trigger. So yeah, you turn green again now. Wicked. So turn you on. Comp. Sorter in is on, drain all. Comp sorter out is off. Turn you off. Comp sorter in is now back onto normal, and you are switched on. Lovely. Right, that works. Your sorters, you moved in one complete piece, so everything on you should still be plugged in properly. Yeah, ingot sorter in, drain all, ingot sorter out, switched off, flip the light, insort, drain all is off, block is back on. Wonderful. Oh, no worries, Gemini. I'm great rest of the stream. I'll probably be on for another hour or so, but yeah, thanks for dropping by, dude. Safe journey home and all that. Yeah, cool. Right, so I can now get rid of you. I need to put my little sign back for my weather, because I like to know what I'm walking into before I head out that door. To be honest, you can hear it half the time, but I still like to be able to see it. Oh, what? That's the wrong thing. Dreads, processing plant. Weather LCD, you are literally just going to be the weather app. Give us that texture, for God's sake, give us that as a background for the apps. It's a weird little bug, that'll disappear in a minute. There you go, it's gone again. I love that texture, I don't know why that pops up on the apps sometimes, but I wish that was an actual visual option for them. Right. Switch for the ore computer. So we need light. We also need parts to build it first. Which way round the light? It's going to go that way. Then we're going to have an event controller, but not sideways. Stupid. There we go. Yeah, let's get some bits for that. Oh, I need to make more computers. In fact, let's call up. Got a bit more storage space now. Where are the computers? Oh, I'm still on disassembling. Assembling, please. Wonderful, there we go. Right, so copy that. Paste that onto there. You get to be ore sorter. And you get to be the ore sorter light. You're going to be the switch. Ore sorter. Right, so you are block switched on and off. Sorter light. The ore is going to be the switch. Gonna have a little group view. Ore sort. First thing we're going to do, go back a page and set this little colour change in. So that will be green when active, orange when inactive, and when it's active we want to drain all on, drain all off on the in-sorter, and we want to turn that off when the system's active and turn it on when it's inactive. Then I need the ore light, there we go. Set colour to match the light up here, but for the outside I want it to match the colour for the rest of the walkway lighting. And then we should just need a button. I really want a new button, like a new single button. We've got like all sorts of cool button pedestals and things, but I'd really like an updated single button. I have no idea what that block was I just built or where I put it, but I heard it drop. It's probably outside. And just loose somewhere. Or light can go in there. Click that button. Click that button. Lovely. Right. Let's go check that it works downstairs. Oh, there you go. That's what I built. Randomly outside. Ooh, stop it. Oh. You know what, let's get rid of that spider meat. That should just get pulled by the food processor. Nice, thank you. Do. Right, so we now have you. So I briefly flicked you on, and that pulled some stuff. Well, I stick that ore light in there now. We can turn that on. Is there anything else that needs pulling? Or is that all that we've got in terms of ore? Oh, that might even be it actually at the moment. What did we call the other ones? Ingot container. Right, you can be ore container then. Do. Ore. Oh, Malignus Rex. Hey dude, how are you doing? Right, cool. That is all the stuff I can't really process or do much with at the moment. Wicked. Which means it is no longer getting mixed in with the ingots that I've got. I've got a lot of steel saved up now. That's amazing. Do ingots container. Yeah, I've got a decent chunk of stuff saved up. Lovely. Oh yeah, I found a wad of magnesium on that base as well, didn't I? And we've got this one. Groovy. I can just chuck all that stuff in there, except the money, because I still haven't put that away safely, which I'm going to do now before I forget. Cool, right. That is like a little rudimentary kind of sorter system to hopefully keep my inventories a little bit tidier around the base, because I was at the point where just stuff was ending up in every single one of these connectors, and then it was getting into the mechs, and every time I'd take the drill out it'd be full of steel plates, and I'd have to take it back and empty the steel plates back in. So now I've just got a system to pull everything into one place. It makes it a bit easier. Oh hey Marcus, how you doing man? Right, let's put that money safely under my mattress. Keep it reasonably safe, because you never know when you need a bit of cash. Yeah, I've managed to save about 30 grand now. Lovely. Right. What are we on? 3 hours in. That's not too bad. I'll do at least another hour. Maybe another hour and a half. We'll see how it goes. And then this container here is just for runoff from the inventory system, the assembler system. Get down there. Cool. Right, I'm happy with that. Ooh. Too many buttons. I need to go and get some more stuff off that other place, but I need more ice. I'm gonna have to go and do another ice run. I need to get that base mopped up so I can then do, you know what, let's just put you in here out of the way for now. Might just weld it to the floor right there. Oh yeah, I need to upgrade the telehandler at some point. I want to put a rotator on its mag plate at the front, so I can pick things up and spin them. And you're only going in storage anyway, so I don't really care what orientation you are, so you can just be sideways. And I'm not really arsed. There we go. Right, big boy is hungry. He needs fuel, doesn't he? Yeah, we're only on 20%. So, let's take you don't use P. P gets confusing with that design. P is usually good with most of my mechs, but with this one it gets a bit weird because there's like overlapping braking systems on the wheels. That's the closest ice, and it's a very small patch and it's nearly run out. But we'll see what's left in it. Right, that's good. That's all that should be in that thing. Yeah, the amount of times I'd go out for ice and then see my inventory bar being red and be like, what the hell? And then there'd be just steel plates and all sorts of junk in there. Oh, there's a bunch of messages I didn't see there. Sick, saying OCD activated. Yeah, I get a bit OCD about things. I like the little vanilla computers that I build. I like them to be aesthetically pleasing. Technically, I could just slap any old block anywhere as long as it's functioning and doing what it's supposed to, but I also like the computers to look nice, and I also like them to kind of have a bit of continuity with the blocks they're controlling. Like, for instance, I put those containers in order, or ingots, components. If I do something like that, I absolutely have to put the controls in the same order as well, so it kind of makes sense. Because I just started with the ingot bin, no, the component bin, which is why it was in the middle initially, but it got to the point where I needed separate ones for each. So it all had to be moved. Right, we'll see how much ice is left down here, and while the flatbed is refilling, I might weld up some more bits of the workshop floor, because there's a lot of stuff down there that needs welding. Ugh, yeah, this ice patch is getting quite low. Number 7 for my little targeting reticle. I'm going the wrong way though. That looks about right. Right, launch you. Up you go. Turn your ejector system off. Looks like we need to drop in a million bits of stone everywhere. We'll just take the stone with us for extra resources. And if I put it in spectator mode, we can watch him a little bit better. Right, I'll lock onto him as well. Yeah, so that whole stopping and starting motion of this drone, he's literally just got that sensor there that you can see flicking on and off. That is just set to detect voxels. When that detects voxels, it sets the AI move block speed limit to 0. And then when it doesn't detect voxels anymore, it sets it back to like 1 meter a second or something. And that basically just stops and starts the AI block essentially without having to turn it off. It just means it can't move anywhere until the speed limit gets reset back again. Don't you dare. Yeah, be nice to it. Cargo is empty again. Wicked. That ice is getting real patchy, isn't it? Probably should have started at the other end. Would have made it easier and worked my way back. That'll be fine. Launch the drone again. Why not? Give him a second. Injectors off again. Lovely. It's not a very thin patch of ice, is it? It's just a sliver. Does anyone know what the spectator mode control is for reducing the turning speed of your mouse? I'm trying to do more cinematic videos, but I can reduce the forward and backward movement really easily, but the turning speed, I can't remember what the control is for it. It's hard to get nice smooth movements for cinematic videos when your mouse keeps jerking everything around everywhere. Right, what is that ice-wise? 21 and then a buttload of stone in the way. Ugh. Drills are more or less full. You know what, we'll just take that back. What's that? You need to check out Aegirs' cinematic spectator video I had to the other day as well to figure out how to get some... Oh, has he got like a tutorial video on how to do the cinematic stuff? Because if he has, that'd be very handy. I'll definitely be giving that a watch. Yup, that's sweet. Right, I'll be watching that later then. Yeah, because I noticed on yeah, I noticed on Aegirs streams he's always got the spectator controls dialed in like lovely and buttery smooth. And I just don't know how to set the spectator cam up that same way. But yeah, cool. I'll cheers guys. I'll be definitely watching that later. Oh yeah, Marcus, while you're in the chat, didn't you say you were interested in buying the original flatbed that I made? The one with the solar panels and the tail lift at the back? Because if you want it, you can buy it. I've got the flatbed Mark II now, so flatbed Mark I is pretty much just going to sit in storage. Or otherwise be scrapped for parts, but if you want to buy it, you're more than welcome to. If anybody else does. Because pretty much the way I always do stuff, the way I always build is I come up with an idea and go, right, that works, that bit doesn't. And just make a new one instead. So, previous versions of the mechs I build on this server are pretty much always just going to be up for grabs if somebody wants it. What's that? Yes, he really is. I don't think it was me. I have no money on the server at the moment. Kaz is the one with the money. I'm sure I must be misremembering. I'm sure somebody mentioned that they really liked the flatbed and wanted to buy it, but if that person pops up again, free to have it. I'm also thinking of building some kind of showroom where I can like sort of have projector tables of the mechs I've got for sale, like set up so I can, if people want to come and peruse what I've got, they can just flick the projector table on, see what the blueprint is. If they want it, cool. If they don't want it, they can just turn the projector off again, rather than having like a bunch of stuff all spawned into the world at once and gumming up the sim speed. I was thinking of doing it that way. Yeah, and just having like a whole bunch of projector tables with stuff on them. Because I've already had one commission from Varian, they want me to build them a grinding mech. What's that, Marcus? I am about to dive deep into your mech building video tutorials, looking Well, something new to sink my teeth into has approached 4,000 hours in the game. Yeah, cool, man. I've only got 2 done so far. I promise you, I am working on the next one. There's been stuff going on in real life that's gotten in the way lately, but yeah, the next one I'm planning to do is going to be about all this sort of subgriddy wheel control stuff. The first tutorial is pretty much just an overview of like how all the mechanical blocks can interact with each other. Oh, there's stuff I didn't weld up when I repaired the legs. Yeah, the first one is more of just an overview of how all the mechanical and automation blocks work. The second one is about how I set up the walk controls for multipads. It's just a little basic quadruped mech in that episode, but the principles are all exactly the same. And then the third one that I've done bits and pieces of recording and editing on, just not got around to finishing. That's all about the subgrid wheel control, like using remote controls so you can still access the brake settings on the wheels and have a toggle for them, because normally you can't access any of that stuff through a subgrid, but with a remote control block you can, sort of. But yeah, the next one is going to be about that, and I'm not sure what the 4th episode is going to be about yet. I had to change my mind about that a couple of times. Waffling, right. That's at 25. What's the base like for ice? 16 kilos of, 16,000 kilos of it. You know what? Let's turn your Jennies on as well and speed that process up a little bit. Bam! Right, there we go. O2H2 generators. They're only a pair of small ones, but they will help a little bit better. Oh, any time. So what's that, Marcus? You're at 4,000 hours now. Oh, that's pretty good. Let me have a quick nosy, just out of interest. 6,877. That's what I'm up to on Space Engineers now on Steam. And that's just on Steam. I played this game for 2 years on my Xbox before I moved over to PC, so probably around 8,000 by now across 2 different platforms. Right, so yeah, you're filling up. Let's do another little ice run. Bam. I'm gonna have to go and probably find another ice resource somewhere at some stage. Because I just happened to find that little patch while I was driving around. And then wasn't expecting to find a little chunk so close to my base, but it was alright when I only needed a little bit of hydrogen. Now I've slapped so many thrusters on him, he just chugs through it now, so I need to go and do some salvage missions or some more of the other missions. I haven't really done an awful lot of the mission stuff in SE. I need to make some cash. What's that, Marcus? After watching Standalone Complex, I'm inspired by all the Tachikoma stuff. Awesome. That's exactly what I want to hear. Tachikomas are my favourite mech in the entire world. I love them so much. I would do anything to have my own Tachikoma. No, I absolutely love Standalone Complex. That is my favourite iteration of all the Ghost in the Shell media. only feed it natural oil though. Yeah, natural oil's the kind of the problem. Yeah, they kind of start developing sentience when you start feeding AI natural oil. That's the problem with that. But it also gives them all of their personality. That's why I like the Tachikoma so much, because they all start off at the very beginning of the season as a blank slate, and they're all basically identical, and then by the end of season 2 they all have very, very distinct personalities and attitudes. And I absolutely love the little Tachikomatic Days animations at the end of every episode. Like, I love those little stupid little 30-second cartoons, but they amuse me so much. I might have just Austin powered myself here. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's not too bad. Probably should have just reversed into that gap. It would have made more sense. What's that, Marcus? Yeah, one of the episodes I watched last night was one where the Tachi went with the girls. Oh, yeah. That is... I think that is literally... like a direct adaptation of a J.D. Salinger novel. Because you'll notice through the entirety of particularly Standalone Complex Season 1, there is a very heavy J.D. Salinger vibe with a lot of the storytelling, and a lot of the actual stories and a lot of the thematics in it is all heavily based on Salinger and Catcher in the Rye. Which is why the Laughing Man has the slogan that he does, because it is a paragraph from the book. Because obviously the Laughing Man has to quote J.D. Salinger because he's a moody teenager. And that's what angsty teenagers do. They read Catcher in the Rye once and think they know everything. But that is also the message of that book. Yeah, tracks can go off. Terrain clearing can go on, and we're working on a bit of a weird angle, but it'll be fine. But it'll be better if I could see what the drone was doing. There we go. Damn English class assignments are to blame for teenage angst. Yeah. No, I do really enjoy the Laughing Man story. It's very ahead of its time on the notion of the internet and misinformation, and using information warfare. A lot of really interesting concepts in a standalone complex for something that was made as long ago as it was. You get... We'll do one more chunk out of that. Yeah, because there's a great episode of Standalone Complex where it is like the entire episode is basically just in an internet chat room, like the sort of Ghost in the Shell equivalent of like Discord or a live stream or something, where they're all just openly discussing the Laughing Man case and all the various aspects of it, and how certain things were edited and changed after the fact, and video footage manipulated to make it seem more dramatic. Oh, you watched that one last night too. Yeah, that one is a great episode. Again, like massively ahead of its time on like the sort of shadowy misinformation mongering of the modern internet that we have today. Oh, there we go. Right, that should do, and hopefully he hasn't damaged himself too much. Although there is quite a few sparks coming out there. Let's just reseat him a bit. On, off. There we go. Yeah, still a bit crap, but whatever. As long as we don't fall down the gap, it'll be fine. Let's go around somewhere a little bit flatter. Turning on a hill is never a good idea. What's that mark? As along with the one where you finally see who the Laughing Man is. The catcher's mitt is a nod. Yeah. Yeah, the catcher's mitt is like... It's a nod to about 6 different things at once. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell's really well written. Like, it's why Standalone Complex is my favourite iteration of it. I mean, the original manga is really good, and I've got like the like massive mega omnibus edition of that at home. The manga's really good, but because it was made in like the 80s, it drifts into sort of jokey cartoonishness quite often. Whereas with Standalone Complex, they took basically most of the ideas and like entire storylines from the anime, gave it a bit more of a not serious as such, because they've got quite a few kind of like light-hearted episodes, but they gave it a bit more of like a kind of mature tone, a little less cartoonish. But yeah, Standalone Complex is my absolute favourite iteration of it, because there's just so much in it. And there's so much more world building. And I like it because it's not one of those animes that has to spend the entire first episode or the first 3 episodes setting everything up, letting you know how the world works and what it all does, and blah 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 blah, and then you just get exposition dump after exposition dump. I like a Standalone Complex because it's basically just a fully realised world. Stuff is going on politically, militarily, socially, and it's your job as the viewer to keep up. It doesn't hold your hand through a lot of that stuff, particularly the political stuff. You've got to kind of know a bit about Japanese politics to understand what is going on with half the storyline in Ghost in the Shell. I like that it doesn't handhold you. Yeah, there we go. That's good enough. That's close enough. Agreed. Yeah, man. Yeah, because there's you learn along the way, like the US Empire and the Third World War. Yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah, like you only throughout the first season, you only sort of hear about things in passing terms. Like you hear the phrase "the American Empire," which is what the US has turned into by that point. It is now officially titled the American Empire, and it's one of those little things where you hear it and go, "Wait, what? I want to know more about that. What's happened there?" And then there's an episode where the old man goes for a trip to London, and we get to see Cyborg Future UK, which is kind of interesting. What time are we on? 10 o'clock. Right. I'll do a little bit more. I'll probably do like another half hour. What are we on? 40%. You're probably not going to fill up enough, are you? Bum 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 bum. What can I do in the meantime? Mostly tidied up, other than those thrusters needing sorting, but the idea I've got to fix them is I'm not going to be able to do that in the next half hour. It requires a lot of retrofitting on the forklift. I need to put a rotator on the front of him. You know what? I'm going to grab some bits. I'm going to do some more welding on my big ship for a minute. In fact, I need to go in. Oh, actually, I know exactly what's up there. That's fine. I'll grab the bits down here. It's a whole bunch of them. Bum ba bum bum bum. Bum bum ba bum bum. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell, definitely my favourite anime of all time. Cowboy Bebop, definitely a very, very, very close second. Critter Capital, how am I doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm just, been doing some bits. We've gone and done some salvaging. Currently waiting for my salvage mech to refuel, so I can go out and do more. Need to get more steel for up here. I also need to figure out how I'm going to build stuff off this. I think I've set it up a little bit too high for what I was intending to do, but I wasn't quite sure. And I can't really move it now without redoing the whole thing, so it's just going to live up there. We'll figure that out later, because I need to get thrusters on the bottom of there. That's going to be awkward. Building a spaceship in gravity. But we'll figure something out. I might have to build another sky crane with some landing gear mounted a different way. Need to get thrusters up there eventually. But I also need to find way more thrusters. Because the ones that Varian gave us, they are going to work well to the bottom. Yeah, I'm going to need more than that, so I need to go hunting. What did I come over here for? I came over here for a little bit of steel. Go, I'll dig. Yeah, I've also got a rough blueprint that I'm designing this off that I need to go and get so I can project it in and make the building part a little bit easier. Because I started building it off a design that I've got and then realised, why don't I just blueprint the chassis of that design and then project it so I can build, because I need to put blocks here, but obviously it's super awkward to do that, so I need to go and grab the whole blueprint that I've got and then just project it in and work off that, I think. But that's something to do off stream. Yeah, that's an ongoing project. That'll be done eventually. But like I said, I need hydrogen tanks and all sorts of gubbins before I do that. I've got plenty of beacons and other bits and pieces. I've got loads of batteries now. I've got a whole wall of them. So power's not a massive issue. Just fuel. Speaking of fuel, I'm on 50%. Yeah, we need a full tank to get all the way back over there. Bum, 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 bum. What do you want? You've still got loads of ice in there, haven't you? You know what? I'm going to count ice as an ore so I can pull it into the ore sorter and out of that mech. Actually need to come all the way over here to this, but whatever. Ore sorter in. Ore and ice. That way I can pull all of that junk out of the mech. Lovely. Is that everything? Is that all the loose ice? Jenny, Jenny, Jenny. Yep, cool. That is all the loose ice. Wicked. Turn that off, and then it can grab it from there when it needs it. And we've still got plenty of room in there. Sweet. That'll work. Wonderful. You still need a proper docking station eventually, don't you? Then again, I need to make a better version of you. I need to make a bigger version of you, is what I need to do. Yeah, dump that in there for now. Oh yeah, I started late today, didn't I? Only 3.5 hours in. Yeah, I forgot I started half an hour later today. Yeah, we'll keep going till 10:30 at least then. Bum bum bum. What are you doing? 50%. You are going to take a while. I need to get another O2H2 generator, but I also just want to go and buy gas or paragas properly eventually, so... Yeah, I'll do another ice run. We'll do another ice run. Get a little bit more of it. Not got any junk in here, have we? Nope. Fantastic. That sorter system is working lovely now. Makes it a lot easier to manage all this stuff. I am hungry. You know what? I'm hungry in real life too. Yeah, probably gonna need to go and find another ice patch around here somewhere. There'll be one somewhere hidden amongst all of these little rocks. It's a bit of lag. Lovely. Right, what is left of this? Not a lot. Let's not fall down the hole. Yeah, that should be alright. Let's launch that. To put a bit of terrain mode on, so we can clear a bit of that junk at the top. Turn it off. There we go, lovely. Yeah, because this thing has got a sorter system on it to just continuously dump stone out, but if I do that, then that's just going to mess with other people, and drop the items, because there's an item limit, isn't there? So I'll just have to keep turning that off and just take all the stone back, which I don't mind too much, because it still gives me little bits of stuff. It's kind of designed for a single player game where I can just sit there rinsing through the floating objects, but I don't want to be a dick like that on someone else's server. Sure, you keep damaging that thing. Launch again. Ejectors off. Yeah, I need to add an extra waypoint into that launch sequence so he comes up a little bit straighter first. Hello? What are you doing, drone? Have you had a nervous breakdown? Oh, there you go. Okay. But for some reason mid-flight. No idea why that happened. Interesting. And there he goes. Lovely. Ugh, it's just absolute pain trying to get up there. What's that? Hey Dread, do you have maybe a tutorial on how you did this auto mining ship? Oh, you've just smashed yourself again. Look, I can see the damaged blocks from here, you little... And you're on fire again. I'm putting that down to the weird server lag. That's just does not happen with this build on my single player games. So I'm gonna have to adapt you to servers, aren't I? Because you just slam down way too hard every time. That has not happened to me on my single player games on Pertam with this same build. So, damn it, that's like the third time that's happened now. Definitely needs a rework for servers. What's that? Yeah, that storage depot's been there for a couple of hours. I could go and scrounge it, but I've got some of that logistics salvage there that I need to scrap up. I've got plenty more on that to mop up. You know what? Smeg it, it's only 6 kilometers away. Let's go and do that for the last half hour. Let's go and have a look at it at least and see what's there. And maybe claim the site. But I've already got stuff that needs mopping up. But, you know what? It's only 6k away. You are annoying me. What's that? You've had unknown distress signals 15k from base for like 3 days now. Yeah, that's been there. I thought they only spawned for like 2 hours and despawned again. That's been there since before I started the stream. That popped up about 10 minutes before I started, I think. It's definitely been there for the entirety of the stream though so far. I bet it's that docking controller that's on fire again, isn't it? What's on fire this time? Oh, it's an air vent this time. And an ore sorter. Oh, wonderful. It doesn't crash like that on my single player game. You know what? Let's drag you in here. Can I remotely... why can't I access that? Oh, because I'm too far outside. Terminal? Can't control? Oh, fine. I'll get out of the thing and do it manually. Cannot take over the grid. Why not? Why can I not take over the grid? No remote controller on the grid. I'm looking at the remote control and I'm looking at the antenna. It is right there, game. That is the entire reason I put that remote on there in the first place. I'm broadcasting. The remote is broadcasting. The antenna is broadcasting. I'm stood right next to it. Fine, fine, fine. We'll go the long way round. Give me the ass. Right, I should be able to drive that in a little bit closer, but that doesn't quite go as low as I wanted it to, so it still might get in the way. And to be honest, the platform underneath is going to get in the way. I only need to get the front end in close enough though. Oh, I need to respond to that text message very soon. Do that in a minute. Why won't you let me remote access it? Well, the entire reason I put that on there. Why are you giving me grief over my signals? Is it a connection issue? If nobody goes near them, they don't actually spawn. Oh, is the 2-hour timer from when they physically spawn into the game. Right. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, I knew they had a 2-hour timer, I just didn't know whether it was when the 2 hours started, essentially. Oh, fine. Why have you locked me out of remote controlling my own base properly? The game just being stupid. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, fine, we'll do it this way. I'll remote access them from here. I think that furthest one reaches far enough. I'll put it in spectator mode so I can actually see. Yeah, about there. Cool. 6 and 8 to bring them both down. Oop. Weird server lag. I can stop about there. Yeah, because you can see every time it's just hitting that too damn quick. And breaking all of this stuff. Every time it breaks that controller. Well, that sorter rather. You know what? I'll drop them a bit lower. Turn the welders on. Bring them in closer. Hopefully. Not close enough to fix some stuff. I need some bits. What other bits in there do I need? That all good? I think that's good. Let's pull that back a minute. Let's turn them off so I don't get melted. Are you all happy again now? I am definitely going to have to redesign some stuff. No, that sorter is still knackered. Anything else is I can't get into it to see what's broken on it. You won't let me remote access anymore. Maybe I need to reset maybe some desync thing. There's no point doing it now though. What am I doing? Remote, control, workshop, control. Turn them back on. Maybe drop them in a little bit lower perhaps. There we go. Right. Is that my sorter fixed? There is no red left in that toolbar. There's no hidden stuff, is there? Oh, there's a few hidden bits, but... Right, no, there's no red left in there. Cool. Right, I think that is done. Why? Why, and why? So, welders off. And then just the return button for everything and all folds back up to where it belongs. Lovely. Wicked. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can mitigate that drone slamming into its docking port. One of the problems with the AI blocks is, particularly the small grid ones, you'll notice that no matter how hard you try, no matter what angle you come from, almost every single time you set up a recorder waypoint, the AI block will stop almost one full small grid block away from where you set that waypoint. So I've set a waypoint for that to be sitting here the way it is. What it'll actually do is get to about one block above that and then perform the action. And that action is turning everything off and locking down. So gets to about one block away and then just drops that last little bit. And with the gravity on Pertum and that little delay from being on a server, it just seems to over-calculate the velocity and just slam down every time. Like I said, it's not an issue I've had in single player. I've had a bit of scrubbing between where the two blocks connect, but I've never had him land so violently that he smashes himself up, and I've never had him do it so consistently either. Like, he did that literally earlier today, and I was hoping he wouldn't do it again. I was hoping that was a one-off fluke the other day, but apparently it is just a pattern of behaviour. What are we on? 75. What time are we on? Just rolling up on 4 hours. Yeah, you know what, smeg it. Let's take him out for a little stroll. What have I got on me? Absolutely nothing that I don't need. Let's have some food so I can eat. So I can run, rather. Oh yeah, I need to rebuild your charging port for that. Cannot withdraw motors. I don't need motors for a weld plate. That'll do. Yeah, I've got my gun. Reloaded. We're all good, just in case spiders turn up. They like to surprise me quite often. Right, let me deal with these turrets and make them a little bit neater again. Let's fold that up nicely. And that's my cannon. There we go. Lovely. Right. Drive mode. And away we go. There's no unnecessary junk in you, is there? Just bullets. A little bit of ice. Oh, there is some junk in your survival kit, but not much. That's fine. I can live with that. 7 kilometers. Let's fly there. Let's go there in style. In my weird flying spider thing. Storage depot. Are you gonna have guns on you? Old Man Crow, what is this 2-hour timer thing? It's just the despawn counter for random encounters and stuff. It's just a little mechanic in there to keep the PC limit down. So as far as I understand it, the signal appears, and then once you get within spawn range, there we go, the building is now a thing. Now that has activated a 2-hour timer. Got a visual on something in the distance. Lockdown gear, bring defenses in. Are you going to spawn drones at me? Oh, hang on. When I rebuilt that turret, did I reassign the camera? No, I did not. That is why I can't see through the turret. Cool. Ah, I see guns. I want to try and keep the guns. I don't mind blowing up drones, but I want to try and keep the guns. I don't want to blow that up yet. What's the terrain like? Got a couple of hills around it. And the range on those guns is about 800 meters, isn't it? So come down behind this hill. You've not spawned any drones on me, have you? No. Yeah, let's land somewhere around here. Ooh, there's another little hill just in the way of your turret, maybe. I might be able to get in a little bit closer. Because I had to do a serious rebuild on this yesterday. I don't want to get any closer to that than necessary. Ow. Also, very, very conscious of drones, because I've had... When I went for a relay, pirate relay yesterday, one drone spawned in front of me, and another one, I'm pretty sure, spawned in behind me, and I was still about... I was just outside of the turret range as well, and... sniped the turret off the top, moved in to go and claim some stuff, and then got assault cannon fire from behind and wondered what the hell was going on, and yeah, I hadn't noticed 2 drones had spawned above me. What's that? This might be someone's salvage contract. Anyone got a salvage contract near me? I'll have a look, and if I see it's got one of those salvage contract items, I will leave it alone. I don't want to be messing with other people's stuff, but as far as I know, there isn't anybody else near me. I'm, like, right at the top of the planet. So unless someone has to travel a real long way. And it's only me and Ateneo on the server at the moment. Are you shooting? Are you hostile? Right. No one's kicking off on me yet, but there is almost certainly a sensor on here that is going to change all of that. What have we got? Is it just that interior turret and that Gatling on the top? Yeah, it is. How do we get up here? Aha. Right. What are my options? There's a horrible gun there, and there's a horrible gun here. You are less hassle to deal with than the big one. There's almost certainly something horrible waiting for me inside. Do. Let me do some Muppet stuff. Dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. I don't care. You can all be quiet. Ain't getting me now, are ya? Although, that gun probably will try and get me when I come up these stairs, isn't it? Run! Ha! Awesome. Any horrible things in here waiting for me? Yep, right there. Thought as much. Ooh. Can I? Ha ha ha! Stick up your bum. There's no other sneaky things in here, is there? The amount of times that I've been walking around one of these, not noticed a turret like up here or something in a sneaky corner, and it shot me from behind, but I think that's clear. Wicked. I just need to hack enough stuff to take it over before I step outside with that Gatling gun. Yeah, drills. What goodies are in here? A data pad. I know the Factorum's the new kid on the block, but I'm hoping you're recognised by ROS. Okay. Whatever. I'll take it with me anyway. I've been collecting data pads just for the fun of it. Ooh, an industrial assembler. Nice. Oh yeah. Claim grid. Thank you. Goodies. Ooh, prototype scrap. And was it worth killing them over? Maybe. Looks like it. Sometimes that's all you have to go on. Okay. Something horrible happened. What else can be hacked? You have successfully captured the storage depot. Wonderful. Fantastic. Right, the Gatling gun is now my friend. Wicked. What is in here? More prototype bits and more score. It's shiny. It nearly cost him his life. No idea why he believed me that it wasn't worth anything, but hey, I'm not complaining. Okay, lots of displays. Another single prototype frame. I don't need to hack anything else now, do I? Although it's mine, isn't it? Yeah, you're mine. Okay. Ooh, goodies, goodies, goodies. That's the best goodie in here. I need to get that out of here. Sweet, and I've got another turret outside as well. Cool. Got another vent. Then there's a whole buttload of steel to salvage from it. And some windows and stuff. And there's a battery round here. Cool. It's a warfare battery. Nice. Another antenna. And yeah, another gun. Right, you can't get turned off, just in case. Don't need you shooting me or anybody else right now. Wicked. Right, what was this place called? Not security systems active. What was the actual signal called? Oh, storage depot, that's the one. Cool. And we'll call it... what am I doing? Wrong thing. Storage salvage. I'll give it a pink marker. That's really obvious for me to see. Cool. Now, what time are we on? 11:15. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to wrap some... I'm going to have to wrap this stream up. Ah! A large grid ore detector. Ooh, I didn't see that. Wonderful. Because they're a restricted build item as well now, so... that will come in handy. Might be some mining inclined people that might want to buy that, because I mean, a large grid ore detector is handy, but I don't have a massive need for it. Won't really be doing an awful lot of mining, so... oh, it's full of stuff as well. So yeah, maybe somebody might want to buy that off me. Right, that's a pretty good haul, to be honest. I'm glad I took the time to come and have a nosy. So yeah, what's that? 3 more cargo containers again, so they can replace the ones that I've just dumped into my solar system. So I've now got... I should have 4 of them spare now. You need to come out of there. I need you. I want you on my ship so I can make spare parts in space. Yeah, I will come back for this stuff. Probably later tonight or tomorrow. Yeah, wicked. Right. Oh, have I got bits to make an LCD? What? Have I got the bits for that? Bulletproof glass on a display. I'll stick that there for now. I've got enough to make it active. Ah, I need one display. I need a display. There's got to be one of them somewhere. Who's got display? That event controller. That's got displays. I don't care about the glass. I just want it to be functional. Which side is which? There we go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What am I doing? Text. Claimed. Salvage. This is just something I've been doing on the things that I found on server, just in case I forget about it or it's sat there too long and someone else comes along and goes, ooh, what's that? I can go, it's mine, I got here first. In fact, I might do the same on the other side as well. What settings did I use for the other screen? 1.2. 1.2... Red. Center. Ow, thank you, Deborah. Yeah, you've been fairly good to me this stream. And then right at the end, you had to make your guest appearance. Stop it. There we go. So aspect ratio, and then what was that setting? Just all the way at the bottom, wasn't it? Yeah, claimed salvage. Right, if anyone else comes along here and notices it, it's mine. Hands off. Oh, Jesus. Alright, I might have to, I'm getting massively irradiated. I'm gonna have to patch the hole in the wall. Is that going down? Oh, it's going down. Thank God for that. Whew. That was close. The food might stave off death for a minute. Or not. I might... It's alright, if I die I'll just respawn back at the mech. Ah, there we go. Right, okay. Whew, that was close. Didn't realize it was going to get that bad that quickly. Yeah, you know what, I might just end the stream in here then. Whilst dying of radiation sickness. Eat some more food and get healthy again. Right, okay, yeah, I'm going to wrap it up here because it's nearly 11 o'clock at night where I am now. Yeah, it's been a pretty successful day. Done some more salvaging. Need to work out how to sort out the Sphinx so he doesn't smash himself to pieces. But that's a problem for another day. And got ourselves some more goodies in this place. More containers, more batteries, and that big ore detector at the back. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Oh yeah, and another Gatling gun for my ship, which I'm very happy about now. I've got 4 of them now. So that's good. Yeah, so I'll be back with more streaming of this on Sunday. I might do some more on Friday, it depends how things go, but I'll definitely be back on Sunday for more of this. And I will hopefully have another episode of Mechyard engineering out soon. Once things in my personal life calm down a little bit. Yeah, so thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for anyone that became followers or subscribers on various platforms over the course of the stream. It's always appreciated, and yeah, just thank you for the general chat and banter and reminders that I'm doing something stupid or forgetting things. But yeah, I'll see all of you guys next time, so cheers guys, goodbye for now.